participation to 40% of our production. And I know by the time in the next 20, 30 years, you would see Nigerians produce up to 1 million barrels a day. Okay, that's 1% of global production. Right now, we consume 100 million barrels a day. It's substantial, and that trickle-down effect is, if I had a little bit of time with you, I would show you the number of oil service companies, okay, who are earning easily $2-3 million net profits on an annualized basis. Small firms, run by young people who are actively participating, and it's going to grow. Why? Because Nigeria is now releasing small oil fields, which allows smaller companies to focus on, okay? And by reducing the size of these fields, and these fields were held by IOCs, and they were never released back for utilization. And the National Oil Company relaxed and relied on the IOCs as partners and never really developed their own capacity to drill and produce directly. So all of a sudden, these resources are being released to companies run by people your age who are actively getting involved and are creating a lot of wealth, a substantial amount of wealth in there. I think regarding the point you made about the public sector and Nigeria, I think the key thing is to involve the private sector more. And I think companies like us, and what we've shown, there would be no gas system in Lagos, which is the commercial capital of our country, 60% of our industrial capacity, if a small Orlando didn't build a gas distribution system. There's a lot that's going on by the private sector, and the government needs to harness. African countries need to harness their private sector and have more collaboration between public and private sector, where we look at a development plan together and we decide, what's the public sector going to do for us other than an enabling environment? How do we key in? And I think if we had a lot more collaboration in the budgeting cycles, we would have a more structured development program for most nations in every sector, whether it was health, whether it was technology, whether it was my sector. And I feel that it's an area that we need to strive on. If you look at Africa in general, you would see areas where there's massive housing development, but the roads haven't been fixed to the point. The water hasn't come, the utilities haven't come, but people have built all these houses. A majority of these properties as well don't even have mortgages. It's cash. There's so much cash value stuck in all these things. We don't even have titles. If you had titles, you could go to the bank and raise money against it. So imagine the amount of capital that can be unleashed, okay, because you have better public-private sector engagement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tinubu, for your sage wisdom. We've talked challenges, we've talked opportunities. To close us off, one word for your takeaway, for us to take away from this conversation, and we should be thinking about while we leave to our various countries. What's one word you want us to take away?
I think that take Africa seriously. There's incredible opportunity. I know there's a knowledge gap, and we also have ourselves to blame for ensuring we don't sell the continent enough. We don't effectively show what our opportunities are, what the advantages of engaging in our continent are. And most of the time in the press, you see, negative things, whether it's pictures of famine or war or whatever. But the continent has really changed. Democracy is kicked in. Good governance is rising. All the conflicts you saw, you had Sierra Leone, you had Liberia, you had Darfur, things of the past. Very, very limited conflict on our continent. There's much more focus on economic development. Standards of living are rising, okay? And most of all, there's a birth and a drive from indigenous capital. And I think that's very, very important to note, that Africans are really, truly taking charge of their own destiny and creating African solutions to African problems. So I see a big future on the continent. I'm excited to be part of it.
All right. I did say a word, but this was a very nice closing session. Thank you again. So if you had to summarize, this the teacher in me, the academic in me, what's one word?
One word.
One word.
Execute.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Time to stop talking. Time to execute. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us for this session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wale Tinubu and Dr. Olajumoke. We'd like to call for pictures now, members of the press. And just to let you all know, good morning, my name is Stephanie Coker. Just to let you all know, our next panel will begin in approximately 5 minutes. I hope you've had an amazing morning so far, a lot learnt and a lot of nuggets shared. Round of applause for Mr. Wale Tinubu and Dr. Olajumoke. Thank you so much.
Choro, 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 ja, choro, 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 ja, choro, 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 I'm a choro, ja, choro. Oh, oh, oh. Hell yeah. I don't wanna lose you this time, I win it. No time, I'm gonna winnie, wanna, your love, they do me one time. Oh, I'm getting homie. Show me how you feeling this night. I'ma say your love, say now winnie, wanna, your love, they do me this night, yeah. I need your grace, me never regret, my love no get shape, no matter the case, my music keep the bass, my sweet bass, so my love no get shame, for you all day, every night, every day, me go need my baby to call on me, close to me, yeah. By the time when you dey wake up in the morning, man, I dey buy you cyphery, make you fall for me. Oh yeah, choro, 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 ja, choro, 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 ja, choro, whoa, whoa. You won't keep it. Mugu. This kind of love, it dey do my body tanana. It dey make me one day your life for hanana. You yeah. This kind of love, say it dey do my body tanana. You hanana. Dance to my conto, make you banana. Oh la, choro, 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 choro. Choro, jara, choro, never leave me. When I need you by my side, I'm all waja soko. When you can, oh, then you can, more waja soko. Me, I go love you all day, love you all night, all the time, yeah. Choro, jara, choro. Choro, jara, choro. Yeah. Deep down, baby girl, I know you wanna wanna deep ride on it. Every night she say she just want to climb on it. See her skin spoon with the design on it. Wow, wine. Baby girl, I know you wanna deep ride on it. Every night she say she just want to climb on it. See her skin spoon with the design on it. Wow, I'm a one time now. That's what you did. I'm a two times. So I'ma do it one time, oh girl. I'ma give her baby do it two times, yeah. Star boy, she do. By now. Oh, I don't wanna live my life for you, live my life for you. All over the news, all over the news. Only God and I know the kind of thing I do, the kind of thing we do. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me, man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me, it's why I die sometimes. A little Henny and ice. Make a fitty cool my mind. Make a live this life. Oh, I'm a late, oh, kill it boy, no. Make I play you my cassette, you. Anything you sell is a market, you. Try to take look from my aspect, you. They loud them at the handset, you. Oh, me I know fi drag it shine. All the one I be my kanji down. Me I know they try to connect the lights. I just want Charlie boy day, make Charlie boy day. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. All the one I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. All the me. When these people they come body me. It's why I die. The little Henny and ice. Make a fitty cool my mind. I just want to live this life. I just want to live
Holy fire, holy water, holy money, only money, only money, only money. We are woody fire, woody thunder, only money, only money, only money. Let tomorrow bless you with body, oh baby. Oh. Star boy go bless you with money, oh my girl. Let tomorrow bless you with body, oh baby. Oh, star boy go bless you with money, oh my girl. Yeah, when I suck up, baby. Suck up, oh yeah, give him lock up. baby. Sucker. Oh, when I come through, they know we survive, so they turn up all eyes on me now. So many things we fit to do with your mama, baby. Stop getting plenty money. Yeah, you know what you gotta do. She love for me, show me how to do. No doubt I'm the one for you. I'm the one for the TV every time you do. I'm a yak on your mother. Yeah. Sucker, baby. Sucker. We are giving lock. We are giving, baby. Sucker. Body. Yo, you confuse my thinking with your body. Girl, it's for you that I'm singing with your body. You're gonna chop on my mother. With your back on me, you're gonna chop on my mother. You make a man want smoke cannabis. Sucker. All my friends are the shot. Sucker. All I see now your way. Sucker. Girl, come on, you make me dance. Sucker. I like the way your body stand from you. Sucker. Baby, come take a dip from you. Sucker. Make your body move from me. Sucker. Baby, come check bank up from you. Sucker. Sucker, baby. Sucker. We are giving lock. We are giving, baby. Sucker. Step in the place, the party starter. Make them surrender. Whether they give them what they need, yeah. Another hit, another one. Nicki Minaj, she start to dance. Girl, I love the things you do, yeah. So baby, dance and dance to kusu, when you do that dirty wine, yeah. We are your baby, we are your body, yeah. We are your baby, we are go crazy, we are your body, yeah. Want to spend money, maybe spend money, yeah. We are your baby, we are go crazy, we are your body, yeah. Sucker, baby. Sucker. We are giving lock. We are giving, baby. Sucker. Let tomorrow bless you with body, oh baby. Starboy go bless you with money, oh my girl. Let tomorrow bless you with body, oh baby, oh. Hey. Starboy go bless you with money, oh my girl. Yeah. Sucker, baby. Sucker. We are giving lock. We are giving, baby. Sucker. Bumper clock.
Roach beats.
Biggie bang bang.
Heavy, baby, woman. Biggie, heavy,
Yeah, you're the one I want, oh. Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need, oh. Before cassava start to hail, and if I ever leave, oh, make what I carry me, they go far away. So I am looking for the sister, Jehovah, my lover, oh. She got the dollar, she the wear design now. So I am looking for the sister, yeah. Assurance, oh no, assurance. I give my baby assurance, I give my baby lifetime insurance, yeah.
Biggie, heavy,
Gee.
heavy, baby, do you want me? Biggie, heavy,
Oh. Heavy,
baby, do you want me?
shake it. Love is sweet, oh. When money enter, love is sweeter. The rest, oh. So brother man go guys deliver. Call Anita, oh. Tell her make she come, they go far away. Far away. Me, I know they do again. And I am looking for a sister. You're my lover, oh. She enter at night. She go cause disaster, oh. And I am looking for a sister. You're my lover, oh. She go follow go at night. Then cause disaster, oh. Say give me assurance, yeah. Assurance. I give my baby assurance. I give my baby lifetime insurance, yeah. Assurance, oh no. Assurance. I give my baby assurance. I give my baby lifetime insurance, yeah.
Biggie, heavy, heavy.
Gee. Bang, bang.
Biggie, heavy, heavy. Baby, do you want me? Biggie, heavy, heavy.
Oh.
Biggie, heavy, heavy. Baby, do you want me?
So I am looking for a sister. Jama, my lover, oh. She got the dollar. She dey wear designer. So I am looking for a sister. Jama, my lover, oh. She got the dollar. She dey wear designer. Say give me assurance, yeah. Assurance. I give my baby assurance. I give my baby lifetime insurance, yeah. Assurance, oh no. Assurance. I give my baby assurance. I give my baby lifetime insurance, yeah.
I am looking for heavy, heavy. Baby, do you want me? My lover. Biggie, heavy, heavy. Baby, do you want me? So I am looking for heavy, heavy. Baby, do you want me? My lover. Biggie, heavy, heavy. Baby, do you want me?
Roach Beat.
Big Smosa.
Cause you want to my love, she no one designer, she no one Ferrari. My love, oh. You belong to me and I belong to her. Oh baby, you go kill somebody. They say love is blind, but I did see her for your eyes, oh. Hey, for your eyes, oh. She pampas that ego. She did you like Ronaldo. My sweetie Porero. Eminado. She like my song. She like my song. Her favorite artist is not David. And I like what I see. I like what I see. Baby girl, just come balance on me. Come balance on me. Hey, cause nobody can love you like I do. Nobody can touch you like I do. Nobody can love you like I do. Nobody can touch you like I do. Cause you want my love, oh. We are taking cause you want my love. She no one designer. She no one Ferrari. She said I'm my lover. You belong to me and I belong to you. Oh baby, you go kill somebody. They say love is blind, but I do see her for your eyes, oh. Hey, for your eyes, oh. They say love is blind. See her for your eyes, oh. Oh, 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 oh. For your eyes, oh. The baddest, baby girl, you the baddest. Oh yeah, shake it, make him man no go forget. Emergency, baby you cause emergency. Baby you need some emergency. Baby you my emergency. Oh yeah, press on and dance. Oh yeah, let go and dance. Oh yeah, let go and dance. Oh yeah, press on and dance. Nobody can love you like I do. Nobody can touch you like like I do. Nobody can love you like I do. Nobody can touch you like I do. Cause you want to my life, she no want it. She no want Ferrari. She said I'm my love. Belong to me and I belong to her. Oh baby, you go killing somebody. They say love is see how for your eyes. Somebody, my body, your body. I'm more check. Follow me, you. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. Would somebody tell Shawty to call me, show me? I'm Mr. Keep it on 100. Girl, I'm ready if you're ready. Last get it to Yankee for this pandemic. Girl, I get it all on me, I wanna spend it. I feel to be your garment, me, I wanna wear it for real. You know I got it, take the car keys. For the Maserati, you get nothing. For the Lamborghini, you want give. For the Bentley, and it. Oh, baby, choose what you wanna cruise in. I buy you shoes, probably Jimmy Choo. And I like the way I get it out. So if you up in my Maserati. Baby, up in my Maserati, I say up in my Maserati, up in my Maserati. Girl, I wanna see you go down. Yeah, say I love the way you bend body. Up in my Maserati, baby, up in my Maserati, and I just wanna see you ride. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm on the all of you. Somebody needs somebody. My body, your body. I'm on the all of you. Let me give you butterfly. Say now you mesmerize me. I'm on to show to see it out.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please may I have your attention? May I please ask that those of us who are still standing to please get a seat because we're immediately rolling into our next session for the day. And we have gone a little bit behind our schedule for today. Please, those of us who are still standing, can our organizers make sure that our guests are seated, please? Please. Stephanie, you are moderating. No. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we be seated? Please.
Sorry. What I was trying to do.
See as we day like this sunrise, I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time.
As I never see you online, it they worry me and it they give me consign. Yeah, I be ringing on your cellular. Where you at? My body no fit settle down. Yeah, I'm hoping you okay. We got to party tonight. Many just stay for mine. Yeah, me and you they like head not my guy. Don't jazzy my guy. Joey's us. I do transfer. You self be my guy. My Joey is my guy. My guy. Rule one is enough. So I call your name when they ask me. Gee, that guy is my guy. Jerry's not my guy, not my guy. MK and Jumke for life. Venus Super V, she's my good. Yeah, Chiefy Cuckoo, yeah. Small girl from Ghana. D7, be my guy. You be my G, be my G.
Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Cause I did here with my guys. I got plenty for my mind. But right now I'm with my guys. I know they fear them got my back. Sure you don't see my formation. I can like big combination. It's like the inspiration. I'm 100 concentration. When my guys them follow. Bad energy far away. I thank God for my DUGs. Good friends will be money. Now only me, I like. See as we play like this and right. I will never leave your side.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Mona Lisa, Macho 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 Mona Lisa. Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you indulge me. Your lips like poison. I'll take my chance, oh. You're in denial. I'll show you I'm loyal. You want that bomb way down like tsunami or the killer. Wow, yeah. Would you hold me down in the corner? Waka waka when you enter my licha. Baby, corner. Will you give me sugar? Wala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa.
Baby, the weather is getting cold inside. Trouble weather, I am young, ordinary, paranoid. I can picture this world without you, my life. Oh, baby.
Sweet Fanta Diallo, I know fit forget you. Hey Bezina, uzo. If I speak English, you cho, no walking. I don't want punish you, I want to punish you. If you see my baby, you go shut up, I'ma get too fine, don't be makeup, yeah, baby, lie down, no. Finish work for me, oh, tomato, put that thing back, baby.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin May represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger Pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Thank you all for staying with us here at the first ever Nigeria House in Davos. The next panel is on powering Africa's next growth cycle. Gas, renewables, capital, and entrepreneurs. Africa's energy transition is not driven by ideology. It is driven by necessity. The necessity to expand access at speed, to power industry reliably, to lower emissions responsibly, and to mobilize capital that understands long-term risk and local realities. This panel brings together legacy energy players, family capital, and entrepreneurs who are actively shaping Africa's power systems. From this panel, Mr. Ugonna, madam, please. Ugonna is young and building serial entrepreneur who has successfully and run multiple businesses. And our first panelist, Noah Zulu. You know, we have a lot of tribes in Nigeria, by the way. So I'm Yoruba and she's Igbo, so I must pronounce it correctly. Tell me again, please. Wazulu. Got it. She is a strategic business leader with over 13 years of cross-sector expertise in energy, finance, and digital innovation across Africa and Europe. As a director of corporate services, she plays an oversight function to provide strategic leadership across corporate communications and strategy, human resources, and digital transformation for Nepal Energies Limited. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up on stage. Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Oil and Gas, Energy, Agriculture, Maritime Services, and Aviation. He has demonstrated history of driving profitability, operational efficiency, and strategic growth. Skilled in identifying market opportunities, implementing innovative strategies, and optimizing high-performing teams, and of course, fostering a culture of excellence to achieve exceptional results. Please welcome him on stage. Thank you. Round of applause. Princeton, a chemical solutions company based out of Nigeria with a global footprint, and he has a BSc in geology. Dim has been able to take his company from a small sales company to one that brings difference to the goal of building chemical across Africa. He is positive this new goal is achievable. Okay, is he coming? Thanks for joining us. And last but not least, we have Mr. Umar Ali Mustafa. He is the founder of UFAM holdings such as UFAM Services Nigeria Limited, a Consultancy Limited, Tactical Alpha Solutions Limited, Solutions International FC, which are he maintains a good corporate social responsibilities within the communities in which humanitarian activities with his organizations across communities. Please, a round of applause for him. He is very essential in putting together this Nigeria house, the first time in Davos. Please. Okay, I'm going to.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Check communication. Okay, so we hope that a moving trend that we, Nigeria and Africa as a whole, see its importance. And we're talking about the next growth cycle for the energy industry. Entrepreneurs in a pragmatic energy transition. I would like to ask my first question to Mr. Umar Ali Mustafa. With your background as a servicing installations and having to deal with other private sector like the real estate and supply and stuff like that, what would you say, in your opinion, an entrepreneur's pragmatic approach to the transition that we seek in the industry from fossil fuels, or traditional fossil fuels, to gas and onward to renewable energies?
Good morning.
Yeah, it's on.
Hello. All right, good morning, Uguna, and my great panelists here. Good morning, everyone. For me, I will simplify your question. It's just not basically ideology or what's stated on paper. The few issues that I believe need to be implemented, obviously, is simply maximizing the value chain. And how do you maximize the value chain is ensuring stable and efficient power, because without power, of course, it is high risk for us locally and, of course, international investors who decide to come into country. So if you cannot maximize stable and reliable power, this automatically affects growth, also affects the financial capacity of what we're trying to achieve.
All right. Thank you very much. So when we talk about the stabilization of power, energy generation, electricity power generation, we're talking about the transition, and we have a lot of oil and gas players, 4 frontiers in Nigeria, indigenous companies, that are currently taking the bull at the horn in this transition phase to gas energy. One of them is here with us from Nepal Energy. They are one of our fastest growing indigenous companies in the downstream sector, moving over 300 metric tons of energy products in across 6 continents or 6 countries. Across 6 countries, very aggressively, and they have began that run to transition to gas and renewable energies. And I would like her to just take some time to share with us what is the gap in the transition that you are facing today? And how is Nepal choosing to position themselves in bridging this gap?
Good morning, everyone. That's a great question. So the gap in the energy transition, I would say it's an infrastructure gap. And, there's a role that government must play in creating an enabling environment to bridge that infrastructure gap. So in terms of Nepal's position in, following the gas transition train, we're specifically playing in the CNG and LPG, and we're also embedding solar, and I'll explain that very soon. So in CNG, we've replaced most of our trucks. We have almost 100 trucks, and we've bought over 25 CNG trucks, and we're seeing the immediate effect in terms of even efficiency. So for us, the transition isn't something that is going to happen. It's happening already, and we're positioning ourselves to be at the forefront. Now, in terms of LPG, we have a strong retail network. We have an aggressive ambition to grow into 100 outlets before the end of this year. And I'm proud to say I actually started that business with zero oil and gas experience. I just, was thrown into the deep, dark ocean of oil and gas retail, because that's like the last mile of the entire oil and gas value chain. And we're being very strategic because, as we know, there's the Dangote refinery, which I always say is the biggest disruptor in the downstream energy sector in Nigeria right now. So we've taken a position to consolidate and just, focus on servicing the last mile as far as Nigeria is concerned, and our aviation business. So LPG is, under the Nepal retail business model. We're going to be serving the LPG market, helping people transition from more, dangerous, high carbon emission sources to cleaner sources. And, in Africa, our challenges in terms of the whole energy transition is what we're pushing for, advocating for, is the just energy transition, while we are solving our problems that are unique to us and in our own context. So for us, we're choosing to play, in a way that it's efficient and it adds value and it helps boost our industrialization on the continent. And for our retail stations are solar powered. I know it's almost like an oxymoron, but it is what it is. So our retail stations are solar powered, and it also helps us save money and, provide electricity and energy to the regions that need it the most, because what we're combating is energy poverty on our continent, and Nepal, is here to stay, and we're really trying to, be at the forefront of the energy transition. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So we see very clearly that you all are not just engaging in providing this resource to end users, but you're also embedding it into the way you design your own operations, which is another key aspect that we would come into when we want to talk about the value chain of renewable energy, and trying to be deliberate in knowing that to invest in the production of these energies, that we also need to have a design for the distribution and for the offtake and the use of these energies. So I would like to direct my next question to Mr. Chinedu. Chinedu, are you with us now?
Yes, I am.
All
Good
right.
morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. And you can hear me well, yes?
Yes, clearly. I can hear you very clearly.
All right. Thank you. So, Chinedu, we want to get a quick reality check on the transition, on this moving train, this just transition. And our reality check is bordering on moving it from just discussions and jots on paper to actual actionable, executable projects. We see a lot of times that a lot of conversations are had about the transition to renewable energy and gas, but not too many times do they come to fruition. Along the way, they get stuck. I would like you to please, from an investor's point of view, identify what you feel may be some of the reasons why we face this challenge along the line of developing this transition.
Okay, that's a great question. Some of the challenges that are being faced with the energy transition goals that have been set in Nigeria, a lot of them, from logistics to, for example, for the gas to power, the government has, set up some good laws, but most of these gases are not available to the end users. For the business that we run, we are a chemical solutions company. So we provide chemicals that are used for production, upstream, and also drilling. And we found out that in reality, 80% of these chemicals are imported into Nigeria, but most of them can actually be produced locally, which will at the end create jobs. And how can we produce most of these chemicals? Gas comes into play. So moving this transition to reality is bringing in the investments, not just in, a lot of times we focus on refining, but petrochemicals, and also chemicals in general, which are used daily, from making of plastics to cosmetics, to water treatments. Most of all these chemicals are imported into Nigeria, but with the availability of gas to power, these chemicals, which consume a lot of energy to produce, it will now be a reality for us to produce them locally in Nigeria. And if the government and also investors come into this space, is going to help reduce the burden the country faces when it comes to USD importation. Because importation, when you go and import, then you have to find the USD to do that. But once these products are produced locally, then you can provide jobs. It reduces the burden that you have on the currency, and the benefits are enormous. So we have to literally move from talking about this to acting as fast as possible.
All right, thank you. So yes, the race has begun, and we are essentially right in the thick of this race in the transition to renewable energies. We had a speaker very well known in the oil and gas industry speak to us right before this panel. And one of the things that he discussed or he brought to point was the issue of financing in this sector. He highlighted that there is an interest in trade financing, but there doesn't seem to be that much of an interest from the global community in actual mobile financing. So we're talking about financial mobility. And we've seen them pull out from a lot of their investment options in Nigeria and Africa. And this now leaves a void that has allowed indigenous private investment companies pick up the slack. With the increasing demand for energy by the global community, I would like to speak with Mr. Osahan to just talk to him a little bit briefly about, now that we see the pullout of global investments. I'm aware that your company, Platform Investments, is one of our most aggressive investment companies in this sector, investing in a lot of equipment and assets. And there are challenges that are faced. But given the demand on having to draw money from our local sources, how would you enlighten us on how some of the risks have been overestimated, or in some cases underestimated, and how you have overcome these risks in previous times? What has kept you going, and what are the things you feel would aid you to continue? Because the speaker before us spoke about wealth retention amongst Africa, and that one of the big roles in that is for the money to come from within Africa rather than from outside. So please talk to us a bit.
Thank you for that, Oguna. First of all, I want to congratulate the conveners here. This is very, very encouraging, and I'm quite proud being a Nigerian here, seeing Nigerian House in Davos. So well done. To answer your question, Oguna, first of all, we don't like the fact that global capital is leaving. We don't really want global capital to leave, but it's a harsh reality. Why they're leaving? The various reasons. I think there's a huge push for the renewables, and they don't want to really finance a lot of oil and gas on the continent. But that presents an opportunity, because there is capital available in Africa and in Nigeria for these projects. I'll talk about ourselves, and what we've seen. What we've seen, investments in the AKK. There's a strong gas infrastructure project that will change the energy framework domestically in Nigeria, providing gas for industry in the north, something that hasn't happened in well over 3 to 4 decades. We see the Mambila hydro project. Although it's had some difficulties, we believe over the next few years, some of that patient capital will be made available with local know-how to be able to take over some of those projects and bring those projects to light. In my particular sort of little corner that we operate in the infrastructure play, there is a huge infrastructure gap, right? And it presents a great opportunity. The speaker before spoke about it. There's been a lot of investment in extractive industry or trading. There hasn't been a lot of investment because Nigeria has to build for itself. We need Nigerian solutions for Nigerian problems, and Nigerian capital is available. There are financing houses that are there, but yes, with strong patient capital, a strong know-how, and global and strong political support and regulatory framework, we'll see a lot more investments and a lot more projects like this coming up. To answer and sort of bring your question around some of the risks that we see, yes, we need to de-risk a lot of these sorts of projects. Security is one thing I think is overestimated. Globally, we see like, oh yes, there's a security risk, but in recent years, there's been a lot of investment through our security agencies, partnering with local communities to ensure that these projects that are coming into the Niger Delta are secure. Right. We are going to deliver, hopefully we see the country should deliver the AKK next year. That is a huge 600-kilometer pipeline project running through thousands of communities, right? And that's something that wouldn't have happened in the past. If there were a true security problem, we wouldn't be able to deliver that. Right. So that's something I feel is overestimated. We need investors to understand the reality that Nigeria and Africa as a whole, yes, we have our challenges, but we are more secure now. Something else, obviously, political stability or instability is overestimated. Nigeria now, I think, is ready and open for business, is a lot more stable than it's been in the past. And we can see that from a lot of the things that are happening right now. The removal of the subsidy, unification of our currency, that has provided a certain sort of stability that us as local investors are happy about. Right. And so that's something that's very encouraging. However, there are some things I feel like capital and the government do underestimate, which is the need to provide a maintenance culture and provide and take into consideration maintenance when you're funding these sorts of projects. We need funding when they come in. We have technical partners come in, contractors come in, they build these projects and they leave. Now what we're seeing with a lot more indigenous participation, we're taking and we understand the need for reinvestment over the course of the project. One thing I'll take, for example, the Trans-Niger Pipeline, which is a 500-kilometer network, oil pipeline network in the Niger Delta. This was built, it was built in the 70s, and there's been very little investment to carry on the pipeline till now. We've gone in there, we operate, we secure and maintain these pipelines, and we're having to build new networks. And these new networks, we're taking advantage and taking consideration of the investment, the reinvestment that needs to happen. And we're partnering with financial institutions and looking for more institutions to understand the need for this. It's something that wasn't done in the past, but it's something that we're looking at right now. Also, another thing I was thinking that's underestimated, I'll say, is the community involvement and carry. You need to carry. Nigeria has 250 different tribes. We're a diverse nation, and in every part of Nigeria has its peculiar challenges. We need an understanding, both locally and internationally, for people to realize that these projects need the buy-in of the communities. It's one thing we've done very well. When we took in, and I'll show you, SPDC now, there's just been moved to Renaissance Energies. When SPDC did very little investment. Renaissance has come on board, and in the past 3 years, like 3 years ago, we saw 3% at the terminal, right? They had to shut down the entire pipeline network. The code of force majeure, we came in, and now we're on 98%. Very little technology, very little, not as much deployment. What we had to do was get the buy-in of the community, get the buy-in of the security agencies, get the buy-in and reinvest in some networks where due to pressure, even though the production was going up with very little interference on the line, that these lines were rupturing because over the years they haven't reinvested in these lines. So to come back to your call, let's wrap it all up. I'll say there are 3 things we need to think about, right? We've got to look for patient capital. We need to partner with the right indigenous companies to deliver these projects, and we need strong regulatory and policy support to deliver the projects over the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. So patient capital, partnering with the right indigenous companies that would actually execute these projects and move them from the idea phase into practicality, and strong governance policies, not to curb the growth or the transition, but rather to help and build an environment that is accommodating for this transition. So before I just open this up to get some questions from the audience that I'm sure are itching to ask some questions, I want to just ask you guys, in one word, in one sentence, if you could fix just one thing in Africa's energy system, what would unlock the most progress? So if you are advising a government today with limited fiscal space, how would you sequence gas, renewables, and grid investment to deliver the growth that we actually think it would yield by, say, 2030?
That's a very good question also. Just to tap off what my brother Osam said here, security. Security is a very, very serious situation for any kind of investment. For instance, a lot of institutions will love to come into Nigeria, specifically in Africa, to invest their hundreds of millions of dollars. But the first thing they'll look at is the environment secure? There's high risk in security. So if the government does, we know Nigerian government is doing their best to secure all the assets and all the areas where these great opportunities are. But unfortunately, the security situation is a little bit shaky. So there's a lot of hesitation in terms of putting in their investment. Second of all, also the financial framework. You know, the banks need to be a little bit flexible, you know, to be able to accommodate such huge investments, you know. So we need to find a way to implement bankable solutions that will make foreign investment easier for investors to come in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Zini?
So I'd say proper private sector policymaker stakeholder management, because our industry is one that, you know, one policy alone can just destroy 15, 20 years worth of investment, right? And with the disruption that's happened, the industry is going to shrink. So a lot of people are going to be business, and there are going to be fewer players, and the government has to be quite intentional and deliberate with how it engages its stakeholders, because especially the downstream sector, I can speak for that, part of the value chain. Anything that happens in energy is very sensitive, because once transportation cost goes up, it affects everybody, and that has a way of destabilizing even the economy. And even the president takes energy reforms very seriously.
Right.
So when those reforms are being created, those policies are being shaped, there should be current, the people that boots on ground on the field that doing this business and have access to the market, that knows where the market is going. Because it's one thing to want to create a policy for where you're going. It's another thing to know what the reality on ground is. So there should be careful and deliberate stakeholder management where in the market are able to also guide the policies that are being shaped, and everyone is carried along, because that's when implementation is easier. Because it's one thing to have something on paper, it's another thing to execute. And for the energy industry, for companies and indigenous companies have invested 20 years. Nepal is 20 years this year, so that's it's been a long time coming. And which in each administration there has been changes, and we've somehow been able to adapt. We've been in business and seen over 8 administrations, and that just shows the resilience of the indigenous players that are coming up and even exploring cross-border opportunities, because Nigeria is the biggest market by population, and if we get it right in Nigeria, then we're going to get it right across the continent. And there has to be a synergy between policymaking and the private sector. So that's what I'll say.
All right, thank you. You like anything to add?
I'll say, for me, capital, access to capital. And I actually feel like the money's there. The banks have this money. We need the government to find a way to enforce local banks to fund local projects. We need patient capital, and that's the way you'll be able to see the trickle-down effect, like the previous speaker said. In the past, we've looked at exploration. There's a lot of indigenous participation in exploration and production and bringing the molecules out the ground. Typically, we'll export it, but now we need to look to see how we can start to refine, process, and get finished goods from the raw materials we have, especially in the oil and gas industry. With that, you need local indigenous companies with global capital not particularly available. We need the government to try and find a way to enforce or support through some sort of intervention plan or intervention funding but like people like us. Like, for example, we are looking to invest in gas. We're looking to see how we can get into the gas infrastructure market, right? And right now we're looking and talking to Afrexim and some of these African banks, which is fine. But why can't I speak to Access Bank or commercial banks in Nigeria? They give us ridiculous interest rates, and so we need the government to support them, right? To see how they can provide money for some of these sorts of projects. Because that's how we'll see in the next 5 to 10 years poverty alleviated in the country.
Thank you. Chinedu?
Yes, I mean, the other speakers have said it all. One of the aims that we have is raising capital, especially local capital. The banks have issues with giving monies to most businesses and Nigerians because of the failure rates that they've gotten. So one of the things I usually talk about is for the government to come in times like this to create funds that in essence would be like a risk capital, where if you fund 8 to 9 business, you obviously do not expect 10 of them to be successful, right? But if 2 or 3 businesses are successful out of the 10, then that would cover for the losses that you've incurred for the 8, as against not investing at all or not taking any risk. So the government needs to come in, create a lot of funds that will be able to take this risk on Nigerian entrepreneurs. Another thing that needs to be improved on is the human capital development. For example, we are trying to build chemical plants in Nigeria, and we literally have to talk to EPC companies in India and China and these people would have to fly all their engineers all the way from these countries. That automatically increases the cost of your projects as against when you have these engineers locally. So the government, again, has to invest in human capital development, where all our great engineers that leave Nigerian universities will be able to train to develop and build, these industries themselves and for us. So those are like the two contributions that I have on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You wanted to add something?
Yes, I wanted to just, piggyback off what Osaho and Chinedu said, because it almost seems like we're just coming for the government. We're also open to global patient capital, right?
Yeah.
For not just patient capital, but support in terms of human capital development and supporting our young people. I've sat in a few forums and in oil and gas forums, and you often hear, a lot of young people are not interested in going into the energy field because they just don't find it interesting, right? So we have to work together. And Nigeria is open. Nigerian private sector, I can speak on behalf of private sector, not the government, is open to global capital that, impact focus, because you can also support with capacity building, sharing technology, sharing knowledge, and supporting young people to develop their industries. I pride myself to be an equitable trade champion. And, previously, our industries have been very extractive, right? And now Africa, Nigeria, and I guess Africa is now ready to be on equitable terms in the global community. And we need to actually develop our indigenous industries. We need to build our people. And a lot of our trade partners, with the West that have extracted most of our raw materials, we're saying now it's time to partner with African countries, emerging markets, and support us with our growth so that it can truly be equitable and not extractive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, these have all been very beautiful answers. But before we round up, I would like to give the audience a chance to ask some questions. So please just raise your hand and identify, and a microphone will come up to you. Introduce yourself, your name, what company you represent, and please go ahead with your question.
I didn't know it was coming to me already. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy. I represent the World Energy Council. I cover the African region. Listening to this panel, yes, Chinedu is one familiar face I see on this panel, and Denise in there. So listening to this panel, a lot has been said. And I would like to borrow words from the Secretary General of OPEC saying the energy transition is not just about taking one aspect of the supply, is also about inclusivity, addition of different forms of energy. Having said that, capital is something that has been said on this panel across the spectrum, and we'll hope that the African Energy Bank coming together will actually bring a solution to that. Now, human capacity development. Chinedu mentioned that about how we need, trained graduates that understand the sector to be able to drive projects. How do we, as private sector here, help bridge that gap? So you can have programs you run as companies and say, how do we transition these people that are the best high flyers within this program into the system, instead of always bringing foreign expatriates, because of course, the energy sector is the economy of our country. One question here for Ezine is how you talked about the downstream sector. Something I love about this panel is a mix of downstream, upstream service providers, EPC, and then my brother in the chemical. So Ezine, the question is, when we talk about energy mix, that is a global agenda. So how do you as local players, especially in the downstream sector, imbibe energy mix to ensure that we are making actionable strategies locally to achieve global ambition? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very good question. And I think I talked a little bit about it during my panel. So the key word or the key phrase is a just energy transition that serves African people and elevates us from energy poverty. So in the context of Nepal, what we're doing is, energy transition is not just one thing, right? Or it's not just one source of energy. It's an energy mix. that would work for us in our context, that will serve our people, that will help us industrialize and grow our industries. We cannot use the playbook of more advanced economies in our, for our context. Africa is still a young market and has a large youth population that need to be productive. So for us, we are focusing on CNG, we're focusing on LPG. We're not saying we're going to entirely stop diesel and petrol. We're still using those petroleum products because we need them. And the more our countries are growing and are more productive, the more our consumption. We use aviation fuel. But it's also, in the operations and in the processes and how we, gradually transition it to more efficient, because we also have to look at making energy affordable as well. So it has to make sense in the context of even the market, because for you to be in business, we've been in business for 20 plus years, it means that there's something we're certainly doing right. So we have to put all of these different moving parts into consideration and drive a just energy transition. And also, of course, we're looking at ESG, we're looking at the environment, and looking at how we can use all of these products in the most efficient manner and utilizing the waste and repurposing it for industrial use as well. That is also something that we do at Nepal. I hope I've answered your question. We do have solar in our retail outlets. Yes. So with in terms of solar, our retail stations are solar powered. So we power retail outlets because we support the downstream industry all the way to the last mile. And for us, our energy mixes, we use solar for our retail outlets, we use CNG trucks for the logistics, and we use LPG for the households. So that's our own energy mix. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more questions, but we'd have to keep it really short.
Hi, I'm Abdul Rashid Isa from the World Bank, but speaking in personal capacity. One thing is, if you look at the electricity sector, that there's much lack of liquidity, which is the gas, the NBET is owing the gas generating companies, then you have the TCN, you have the discos owing someone. So there is just no money going around, and probably that is why people don't want to invest. To what extent is that lack of liquidity a big barrier, and how are you tackling that? Yeah, thanks.
I'll take that.
Okay.
I was in the power sector like in another life. So I remember when in 2012, the distribution companies were privatized. Same thing. But from then till now, is recently we're seeing the regulatory support that they needed 10 years ago. A lot the tariffs are just cost reflective now. And like Esne will probably be able to attest to, the money is down is with the distributors. And if the distributors can't collect the money and don't have the right tariffs, we won't be able to reinvest. The government won't be able to take the taxes to reinvest in transmission. We wouldn't be able to move the power and then pay the generators, who can then go ahead and pay the gas. So you see, regulation, that little change in getting the right cost changed the entire story. And now you would see over the next few years that there'll be a lot more private investment now, because it's become a real proper business case for you to be able to not start to, through PPPs, invest in the transmission network, to now be able to move most of the energy generated by the generation companies to the distributors, who would then who are then now investing in meters and collecting the right tariffs and have them right and now capitalized to be able to move it all the way back up. So I think in the next 5 to 10 years, right, we will see a lot of more private sector involvement, a lot more PPPs and partnerships with the government to bring in, once again, patient capital, because it's an infrastructure problem, right? And you need the patient capital to come in and let the industry grow. So yes, electricity is a problem, but I think we will see a huge change over the next 10 years than we've seen in the past 40 years.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question. So,
We
okay.
have one here? Okay.
We only have time for one more question. We have two here already. I know this is an amazing panel.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep it very brief. So, speaking of global capital, recently we basically undertook a research or a perception research for investors outside Nigeria, and what are the major challenges? Why are they pulling back? And one of the very simple but significant problem was judicial. Well, the lack of trust in the judicial system. So if something happens to my investment in Nigeria, can the courts protect me? And I wonder, given your background within the sector, how much of this is a problem for you? I think it was Osahon that identified as a local investor. So how much of this is a problem for you?
I haven't had any judicial risks experience, but I'll tell you, I'll speak to the challenges that I face as a local investor. Once again, it's all about patient capital. And we need to encourage local financiers to finance local projects. Because to be quite frank, our projects and our solutions, like everyone has sort of touched on, needs to be for us. We have Nigerian problems, African problems. We need African solutions and Nigerian solutions, right? And that comes with the financiers need to have a certain level of understanding of how we live. And the financing needs to be able to partner with strong local know-how, right? And we need to encourage somehow. The government needs to encourage local financiers to come in and do that. The capital is there. There are various risks, like anywhere in the world, but a lot of those risks, like I mentioned in the past, are now being mitigated. And Nigeria is open for business through, tax breaks, tax incentives. And with that, the business case is there. Global capital is coming. Like I said, we're speaking to, it's peculiar for energy. Energy is a bit different because for some reason, and I think it's this green push, there's not a lot of international capital readily available for oil investment or oil infrastructure investment. But when we're looking for solar panels and solar investments, and I think there are a few people that are investing in that, international funds are available and they're partnering with local firms and partnering with local financing houses. We just need strong regulatory support to ensure that we can deliver these projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have been able to buy some time for two more questions. Really quickly, though.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Niels. I am representing a venture capital fund focusing on agricultural and geotechnologies. I would ask a question reverting back to the aspect of pragmatism, where I would like to ask the panel, if the goal is to deliver power, work capacity to the Nigerian businesses and citizens, is the build-up of infrastructure based on hydrocarbons or electrons the most efficient way of spending the limited capital?
Did we get that? Yeah. Chinedu, did you get that?
No, please, can he repeat the question?
Okay,
okay.
Can we have the question again, please?
Closer then, yeah? So my question is, if the goal is to deliver power, work capacity to Nigerian businesses and the citizens to have a better life, whether the build-up of infrastructure based on hydrocarbons or electrons is the way to go forward for Nigeria.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I think, okay. So I think what you're asking is what should be the approach, right? If you're talking about pragmatism. So I'll answer that question in a different way. The approach should be partnerships, right? Because if you're trying to solve a problem from the outside in, you have to work with people that are on ground. And that's what Nigerians are advocating for. That's what Nigerian private sector is advocating for, to have partners who have capacity that can come support us. It's not really, we don't really want to, let me rephrase this. We want partnerships. We want people that would work with us to understand what our pain points are and support us in the areas we need help. It's not the problems are very different because Nigeria is very diverse and is very dynamic. And, the regions are quite different in terms of the development needs for those regions. So the only way to really support is not either or, is through partnerships, strategic partnerships with companies that are already on the right path and need to scale what they're doing with patient capital or infrastructure, right? So, partnership could be bringing a know-how or bringing a technology and really coming boots on ground. So I think that would be a pragmatic approach to us solving our energy, transition challenges, and for it to be truly just transition, for us to also be aligned with where the world is going towards renewables and cleaner energy. So I hope that answers your question in some way.
I'd like to piggy off that just from what our previous speakers spoke about. And that's also just having to understand that we need to remember that Nigeria also has incredible hydrocarbon resource, right? And we cannot close our eyes to these, to this resource. I think it's imperative that we need to use this resource to build the country. So we look at China. Coal is one of the, highest emission, fuels. But then that's, their source, and it's available. So it's a source of their power generation. But it's a means to an end. So yes, the infrastructure development will be both for the hydrocarbons, but as a means to improve the lifestyle and the earning capacity of the citizens to aid that further transition, you understand, to the infrastructure development for the renewables. So yes, it'll be a mix of both infrastructures being developed. I hope I'm able to also help clarify a few things.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we have time for one more question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alexandra Gaz, and I am from EPCM Engineers. And I have a question to the panel with regards to how would you evaluate, and particularly for Nigeria, the potential between energy, or the intersection between energy and digital technologies? And I'm specifically talking about AI, data centers, and cryptocurrency. Thank you.
All right, okay. So I think, first of all, like our previous speaker said, I keep referencing him because he just hit the nail on everything.
He did hit all of
Energy consumption is sort of equal to that of Spain's, right? So before we think of AI, data centers, and cryptocurrency, supercomputers, XYZ, we need to think of delivering power to alleviate poverty first and foremost. So as a government or as an investor, I would look to see, and I think that's where you can get the quickest wins. Yes, there's a huge opportunity for data centers and a huge opportunity for AI. But I think if I was going to prioritize, I would light up the houses, light up the businesses, and industrialize before I provide power for that. There is an opportunity for that, and I think there are certain places around the world that use a lot of renewable energy.
Yes.
Right? It's not excellent baseload. You will still need gas or the hydrocarbons to give you the baseload and the power you need to power some of these supercomputers. But I would personally, and I would advise the government also to invest in industrialization. We need to industrialize our continent as a whole. We need to move our raw materials to finished goods, and then we can start to talk about powering data centers, cryptocurrency, mining, and AI. We can use AI, and I think for data processing, to know what to invest in, what areas to invest in, and how quick we should make those investments. But I think as a matter of priority, we need to focus on the people first.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we can't take all the questions, but after the break, there will be a powerhouse roundtable of oil and gas tycoons, which will lead into a panel discussion. So please stick around. We will be having that very shortly. I'd like to thank our panelists and moderator. A round of applause for them. It was an amazing session. And please, can we get members of the press to come and take pictures? And we'll also be taking pictures at the back on our backdrop. Thank you.
When I feel like myself coming off the right wing, I got to your defender, you know need to tell me. I'm finesse. You know, send me, I must not. I will carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. You know, send me, I must not. I will carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, I broke my business. I thought you would like it.
Yeah.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially up I can move the way you hold that thing, you want to hold that thing, baby. Let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on bed. What if I, oh na na na, what if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down, not my 2. Girl, I won't be.
Remember, please, we do have food and drinks. If you just and right, there's a whole section with food and drinks available. And please don't forget, we do have a session coming up right after our break.
That's what I wanted. She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Girl, I am wayward. Be like not the only way forward. Your back looking like 2 planets. You're not from the same world. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear I feel what. Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially I and move. The way you roll that thing, you wanna hold that thing, baby. Let me take a look. Oh Lord, they want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she got a woman on the bed. What if I do? She said she want the banana. If they make a go bananas, Shawty wanna go Bahamas. One day, if they make a lose balance, put down for me, come farmer. If you be up, I be the farmer. Child, I get it on Ghana. Let the money be to you, be cool, man. If the vibe negative, my dear, don't bother. I be the pipe, be the plumber. Don't worry, I be your controller. Come with your girlfriend, need your my weight, oh my dollars. Come chop up money, come palace. Child, like you day on Ghana. Let the money be to you, be cool, banana. She want the banana. If they make a go bananas, Shawty wanna go Bahamas. One day, if they make a lose balance, put down for me, come farmer. If you be up, I be the farmer. Child, like you day on. Let the money be to you, be cool, banana. Wait, you wanna kill her, she giving me wine. I go drop her, me she under my eyes. In a bedroom, I me be the supplier. I wanna go stop on the bloody tire. You wanna kill her, she giving me wine. I go drop her, me she under my eyes. In a bedroom, I me be the supplier. I wanna go stop on the bloody tire.
Follow DJ Shinsky on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at DJ Shinsky. And download this mix at djshinsky.com.
Say she want the banana. If they make a go bananas, Shawty wanna go Bahamas. One day, if they make a lose balance, down for farmer. If you be up, I be the farmer. Child, I get it on Ghana. Let you money, pity, you people, bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me got a girl on me bed right now. She says she know me. She tell me, Ruga, me I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back quick. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris with the creme de la creme. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really want to flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Clarity won't be me. Scrubbing me down, say my won't be me. Ice on me, looking fresh and clean. Definitely put me eye patch on me. Take my vanilla cold stone in my villa. Me one drop your disaster sativa on cold. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say no. Yeah, she confess. Bend on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really want to flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. I'll be good for you. I'll be on the phone all night long. Don't be smart when you do it to me. Oh no. I be on my business, shawty, but you be on my mind, shawty. All of my honey, kiss me to the sun, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, messing with my medulla, I can't go low. Oh no. Give me the unknown, give me the unknown, give me the unknown. Give me the unknown, give me the unknown, give me the unknown. Yo, give me the unknown, give me the unknown, give me the unknown. Give me the unknown, give me the unknown, give me the unknown.
Mr. Vibes on Vibes.
I know what it feel like, what it feel like. Like I know I see beat for real life, for real life. In a contour. Loving up your body in fast and slow-mo. If I hit you, it's my combo. Can you never ever let me go? Dancing kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, messing with my medulla, I can't go. Oh no. Give me the unknown, give me the unknown, give me the unknown. Give me the unknown, give me the unknown, give me the unknown. Oh, give me the unknown, give me the unknown, give me the unknown. Give me the unknown, give me the unknown. Problem, you know the feeling. You can try to enjoy. But I like, you know the feeling. Sure, you can try to enjoy. Sekata uru no the feeling. You can try to enjoy. Problem, you know the feeling. So you can try to enjoy. You dance like Luala. Luala. You dance like Luala. Luala. You dance like Luala. You know they keep us. I person keep us. But all I see finish. I person keep us. Problem, you know they last for. Take it, try to enjoy. I walk up from Bella Muja to Apollo, just to find a mentor. Now who talk, they hear what? Now who watch, they get.
Bana, bana, jeje, jeje, until now so then they call me for fun, my person, don't give a person, the level. How will it consign me? How will it consign me? I don't know. Problem
Every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
Creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for
Year gives us moments, but above all, to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. Story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge that we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, Beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation. Tita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company, Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring lines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have in
the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills. NL is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Tria's crude oil production, OPEC quota is met, which in turn beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses is rising again. And PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change for environment, restoring communities, and
year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025,
like the nonsense we are go butter. She lo japa, I just butter, give me gapa. I don't like the nonsense we are go butter. I don't like the nonsense we are go butter. Sunga, sunga la ja ja ja, sunga, 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 sunga la ja ja ja, sunga, olu sunga ja, sunga, 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 sunga la ja ja ja, sunga, 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 sunga. Gbogbo nǹkan ló máa fi ń jọ́gọ̀jọ́ ká lọ ṣe shopping jọ. I know they send that they chop my life 100% we dey gbádùn lọ. Struggle lọ. The money long cause I don't fashion. Now everybody want check. I just blow but I know myself. Before them use me, I go use my sense. Ọmọ bá tó pàṣẹ. Anita go down sẹ́. Ọmọ dúdú ọmọ pupa ẹ̀. Njoba méjì ló máa jẹ asalaam alaikum. I get many disciples. Motaka Oshidano. Olúwa shower me your blessings, thank you. Down. In every situation, make I know you. In me shall come. For
decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of greed and theft. Stealing not just resources, but hope, justice, in our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakipo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with LECO's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. Also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of conferred with the Doctor of Owerri. Added that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakipo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with Lake Oil's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 20 milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Academy, where our female employ young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2005 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakipo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with Lake Oil's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger Pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakipo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with Lake Oil's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger Pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our Group Managing Director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakipo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with Lake Oil's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakipo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with LECOL's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
In a world where energy powers progress, one company is at the forefront of shaping Nigeria's energy future. Tetraco Energy Group. With presence across various sectors of the energy value chain, Tetraco is committed to delivering clean, cost-effective, and sustainable energy solutions. From natural gas distribution to gas to power, CNG, and LNG, we are building a brighter energy future for Nigeria and beyond. Our state-of-the-art infrastructure is powering industries and communities. We've developed a 40 million standard cubic feet daily city gate facility in Utesi, Edo State, and a 6.2 million standard cubic feet daily CNG mother station in Atakobo, Ogun State, with an upcoming 10 million standard cubic feet daily LNG facility also in Atakobo, Ogun State. We have successfully deployed a mobile auto gas refueling unit with a capacity of 50,000 standard cubic meter per day, supplying major players like Dangote Cement, Lafarge, Optimal Energy, and many more. Tetraco is committed to delivering end-to-end energy solutions through a growing power portfolio focused on reliable, decentralized, and cleaner power across Nigeria, with on-grid and off-grid solutions ranging from gas to power to renewables. Tetraco is strengthening its reach through signed agreements with major discos including Abuja, Kaduna, Eko, Kano, and Ibadan. The ongoing development of the 100 megawatt attackable IPP gas to power project in Ogun State through a joint venture reinforces Tetraco's commitment to expanding a reliable power access nationwide. But our vision doesn't stop at Nigerians' borders. We're expanding our footprint into Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, and Zambia, developing CNG mother stations and LNG infrastructure to support energy availability across Africa. Tetraco Energy Group, Africa's most preferred energy solutions provider.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is now time for our panel, which is kind of like a interactional panel on its Tetracore, and it is happening now. If you'd please like to take your seats, this is the session on gas-led industrialization, unlocking GTLs, fertilizers, and petrochemicals. Please, I do implore you to take your seats now. Thank you.
Understand? I must confess, your body very offensive. It is scatter my defense, defense, yo. I must confess, your body not my objective. It dey giving me problems, yeah. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight, honey. Would you stay with me as I know normal? You go there with me for life. Just keep on. Because it Philippine, my she dey do me magic. Early your body night, Philippine. My head to this slow like traffic. This your body, oh, it dey highlight on you. Oh my lady, oh, don't go do me on you. If not face Rihanna, and your body not palapa, I want to with you, Esa. I must confess, your body very offensive. They scatter my defense, yo. I must confess, your body not my objective. They giving me problems, yeah. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight, honey. Would you stay with me as I know normal? You go there with me for life.
We are ready to start our next session. Please take your seats. Thank you.
You're supposed to be on the stage. Okay. Yeah. So that there's no one here. Yeah. This is for all my comments in your direction. Yes. Is it going to just look like
This session is on fertilizers and petrochemicals. This is the Tetracore session, and we are about 2 minutes away from starting. So I please like you to take up the seats that we have left. Thank you. Oh wow. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'd like to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President of Equatorial Guinea, has just entered the Nigeria House in Davos. And I'm sure he'll be staying with us for this panel session. And I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, on the low, on the low, on the low, on the low. And Nigeria's Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, our Honorable Minister. Okay, so are we ready? We have 2 more seats left, I believe. This is looking like a full house now. Okay. Welcome to this extraordinary panel. It is the gas-led industrialization, unlocking GTLs, fertilizers, and petrochemicals, brought to you by TetraCore. Now, Nigeria's gas reserves represent more than energy, as we all know. They represent a platform for industrial transformation. From gas to liquids, fertilizers, and petrochemicals, gas-led industrialization offers Nigeria a pathway to deepen value addition, strengthen trade balances, create skilled jobs, and build globally competitive industrial clusters. This panel explores how Nigeria can translate gas abundance into long-term economic resilience, positioning gas as both an industrial catalyst and a transition fuel. We are pleased to welcome our moderator and panelists. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Efosa Emmanuel Iyamu. He is a celebrated Nigerian compare, public official, philanthropist, and entrepreneur with over 25 years in event hosting and public speaking. He's also an award-winning entertainer and ECOWAS Youth Ambassador. He holds degrees from University of Benin, Harvard, and London, plus a PhD specializing in leadership, peace, and conflict resolution. Please let's welcome our moderator. Thank you. And our first panelist is Mr. Olakunle Williams. Mr. Olakunle Williams is the founder and CEO of TetraCore Energy Group, a leading Nigerian energy solutions company operating across the gas value chain, power infrastructure, and gas-to-power projects. Under his leadership, TetraCore manages the largest gas trading portfolio in Nigeria, serving industrial clusters and powering over 300 megawatts. He has spearheaded major projects, including CNG and LNG facilities, fertilizer, and gas to liquid plants. With over 16 years in energy and tax consultancy, Mr. Olakunle has been recognized for his leadership, innovation, and contributions to domestic gas utilization, earning awards from the Nigeria Gas Association, Africa Energy Chamber, and Business Days NBLA. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Olakunle. And we also have joining us is Mr. Olalekan Akinyomi. Akinyami? Yomi or Yami? Akinyomi. So I'm very particular about my names because it's Nigeria House. We have to get it right. He is the founder and CEO of Lek Oil Nigeria Limited, an Africa-focused oil exploration and production company. He led the discovery of the Ogo field and development of the Otakipo marginal field, producing 11,000 BPD. With over 20 years in energy, Mr. Lekon previously managed a $1 billion energy portfolio at Alliance Bernstein and worked at UBS and Schlumberger. He also founded Cambridge Growth Partners to drive innovation in natural resources, mining, and agriculture. Mr. Lekon serves on the Global Fund for Widows Board and ICO Insurance PLC. He holds a first class in engineering from OAU and he's an MBA from MIT Sloan. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Olalekan. And our next panelist is somebody that has been nominated by President Joseph R. Biden, Ms. Christine Johnson, as a CFT commissioner in 2021, and she was unanimously confirmed by the US Senate in March 2022. In 2024, she was nominated as Assistant Secretary for Financial Institutions at the US Treasury. Johnson previously worked at Goldman Sachs as an analyst and at JP Morgan Treasury. Johnson previously worked at and Morgan as a vice president and assistant general counsel. She is a nationally and internationally recognized expert in financial markets regulation, risk management, corporate governance, and compliance, specializing in complex securities and derivatives. Her recent research focuses on digital assets, distributed ledger technologies, and AI in financial services. Wow, what a robust panel we have here. I'm sure we are all very, very much excited to get this show on the road and kickstart this panel. I'll be handing over to Dr. Afosa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for Stephanie. Okay, our very beautiful and wonderful panelists, we're just going to go straight into it. I'm sure we already know what our topic is, and then because we're very vast with this, I'm sure everybody seated here will have a very, very robust participation and enjoy this session. So straight into it, talking about capital flow and midstream gaps. My first point of call would be Mr. Lakunle Williams. With the recent upstream investment surge signaling a green light for investors, what specific regulatory incentives are needed to ensure that the inflows don't stop at the wellhead, but instead build the pipelines and processing plants necessary to bridge the gap to our domestic economy?
So, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, let me say a big congratulations to the organizers of this session, and also for the opening of our house, our Nigerian house in Davos. I think it's a very big, laudable achievement. So we look at the backdrop here, we would notice we were very clear when it comes to our targets with regards to the need to have a $1 trillion economy, by 2030. And if we just oppose that with the fact that over the last 2-3 years, we've seen quite interesting development within our sector, and because we're speaking specific to energy, for the bias for energy, we've seen a whole lot of development around the upstream here in Nigeria. We're very proud of the fact that our independents are standing up and are taking, major stakes within the upstream space in the country, and we're seeing a whole lot of capacity being developed in that angle. But of course, like you rightly mentioned, I think today when I was just looking at the papers today, I saw something around the fact a lot of movement around the independent, there's still a concern around capital availability, ultimately to drive development of those assets, because it's one thing to acquire, to operate, but it's another to optimize, ultimately find a way to derive as much value as you can derive from the upstream asset that we have. And so it's then requires a whole lot of coordination. And like you rightly mentioned, a critical part of that would be on the regulatory standpoint. I think that the priority has to be to incentivize the upstream developers to develop the resources in a way that is efficient, with a whole lot of focus on technology of today that will drive efficiency. And if we speak from the bias of natural gas, I would say that we expect a whole lot of movement around unlocking natural gas assets, because we think that as natural gas players, it's the cleanest, most affordable energy source that we have in the country. We have over 600 TCF of proven gas reserves in Nigeria, and we think that we can leverage that effectively, not just to do gas to power, which has been the traditional gas utilization forum, or gas to industries, but driven towards unlocking gas for gas-based industries, like you rightly mentioned, the GTLs and the urea manufacturing. So I think the first thing is our regulators need to find a way to coordinate with the upstream players in a way that they adopt the latest form of technology, because I think that the future of investment in the upstream will be driven by how we're able to manage environmental sustainability with efficiency. And so I expect that the regulators will bring in a role of technology to work together with the upstream players to achieve low-cost energy supply from the upstream. And I say that because for us at the downstream and the midstream, it's important that we're able to access natural gas at very low prices, right? If you're talking about major value, Lakon's mine already, because I remember we saw, Lakon regarding what's the optimal gas pricing that comes to the midstream. I think that to enable us accelerate the rate of gas, we have to prioritize access to low gas. And it has to be something that the upstream players will work together with regulators and use technology as the underpinning, solution for it.
Thank you so much. Very well said. Thank you. As if you knew I was going to throw my next question to Mr. Leko. Knowing that he agreed to most of the points that you gave. Mr. Leko, Nigeria has declared a decade of gas. I mean, it's public out there, and then possesses the resource, demand, and the policy support. Can you please share with us what is still preventing capital and technology from scaling gas infrastructure at speed? And how do we fix this decisively? If you will share, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to echo Mr. Olakunle's comments about just congratulations on the establishment of Nigeria House, the inauguration. So it's a wonderful thing to have our own house, and here we are. Yeah. Now, before I go and talk about what is preventing it, because it all kind of intertwines. I mean, you mentioned the idea of gas prices at $1 to 50 to 2. I actually agree with you, but then economics can be an issue, because obviously, before us to produce on the upstream, we have to be able to make sure that we can make profits. So the way we've dealt with it within LECO, within LECO, we have 4 assets. We have your Otakipo field, OPL 276, 310, 325, and then we've added 241 within the Cambridge Group, which is a holding company. So we have about 12 TCF of gas resources. And what we realized we had to do, because we also created a company called Cambridge LNG. And it's only when we're looking from the perspective of our LNG company that we start to see the reality of what you're talking about in terms of we need low gas prices. So what we had to do was to go to our upstream. So this is like, right hand talking to left hand now. To go to our upstream guys and say, guys, we need you to sell this gas $1 per MCF. And they say, well, we can't. So, well, how about this? We'll give you some of the economics, the upside, to compensate for, for the for not having enough a high enough gas price. So that's number one. The other thing we've done is knowing that financing structures are now easier for midstream. The midstream, at least on our side, LNG has prepaid for some of the gas. You understand? So LNG prepays for some of the gas, which releases bulk capital that upstream can now use to go and drill. So with those two structures, suddenly we've been able to kind of, ease things generally. Now, coming to your question in terms of what's been holding us back, I think the technology is improving. The challenge the industry has had is that of scale. So a lot of marginal operators, they have gas. Some people are even flaring gas, but they're flaring 5, 10, 15 million scf a day. Getting a project that will be economic with that scale historically has been difficult. But then technology is coming forward now. So you have small scale LNG, small scale GTL, which if you put near field, can work. So for example, if you're less than 30 million scf a day, you can deploy a small scale GTL. You'll get 18 to 25% IRR on it. But then it has to be next to your field, because the minute you start increasing your costs in terms of I want to transport it far and all that, it can destroy your economics. Same thing. In Otakipo right now, we have a mini LNG project that we started. It's a 20 million scf per day LNG project. We're doing small scale, we're doing off the shelf. Off the shelf reduces the risk we have in terms of execution. So all we want to do is, look, I don't need the latest technology in terms of gas compression. I don't need to be 100% efficient. I can be 98% efficient, but I want to get out on time and I want to get to market. And I want to minimize my risk in getting to market. So with that, it's getting better. It's getting better.
Thank you so much. You want to add one line?
Yes. And I agree with what Lekon has said. I think the point Lekon is making is it's perhaps beneficial to take an integrated approach, to how you look at the entire value chain. For us, we've committed close to about $100 million in the last 2 years in developing the last mile infrastructures, right, on the CNG and LNG end of things. What we see is that when it comes to natural gas monetization, unlike for oil, the market is very important. And when we say the market, we mean efficient market. We mean the market that can pay for the cost of energy that you supply. And I think that if you look at the uniqueness of our situation and our environments, that's the big challenge, right? And what we're trying to do is to grow that effective market. And a lot of our activity, in the downstream and midstream is to incentivize that growth. And I hear you with regards to integrating the value chain. I'm developing a synthetic diesel project. We stay right now. It's a $200 million project. By the time we run the entire economics, it cannot survive on the price more than $1.50 per MMBTU. Unfortunately, we have to balance two things. One is, like you rightly mentioned, if you go and say you want to secure your volumes directly from an upstream asset, a single source, while that is cheap, you struggle with the fact that assurance on gas supply becomes a problem. So, for example, if something happens to your plant, what do we do? So our view was to take a development approach that situates the facility close to the Alps, right? And then leverage on our own relationship with the fact that we're able to access gas from players like you and several other players and find an aggregate price that makes sense and ultimately grow the market. But like I said, that's grown the gas to power business, it's grown the industries, but that challenge around the gas-based industry, which is why we're here, still needs to be solved. So I think, like I said, why integration is important, there's still a lot of efficiency that you have to do on the upstream end, because we know that in our environment, there's a uniqueness around operating costs, right, on the upstream end of things. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the upstream that would, number one, try to, from my advice, as much as possible from an environmental standpoint, you want to incentivize investments when they see that you're doing production that reduces your carbon footprint, and that way you can drive capital into your space. But more importantly is to be realistic with what the market is expecting with regards to the pricing that will drive. Because look, gas to power is good, gas to industry is good, but if you want to really accelerate gas utilization, then it has to be the gas-based industries, and pricing becomes very important.
Thank you so much. Very well spoken. Of course, the Nigerian House is the first one here in Davos, but of course, we've got very much a lot of investors who have been coming since yesterday, and I still see a lot here. So I think we should take it a bit to the global standards and market integrity. So Johnson, this is coming to you. I'm sure you already know this. Ladies and gentlemen, Christine Johnson, drawing on your experience with global commodity markets, how can Nigeria as a country structure its gas contracts and regulatory oversight to provide the institutional grade certainty required to attract massive infrastructural capital? And then what role does the market transparency play in making this project bankable for global lenders?
Well, first, thank you so very much for having me. Absolute congratulations to organizers of today's events, but more importantly to all of those who participated in the launch of Nigeria's Davos House. Congratulations to you. Tremendous success. It's been a line outside the door every time I've tried to come in, so I know that it is quite popular here, and very excited. I think there was rice, not quite jollof rice, but there was rice last night. So I'm hanging out because I think jollof rice is somewhere in the making. Yeah, somewhere. It's coming. It's coming. I would hesitate to suggest that I know or anyone would know better than those who are on the ground, directly engaged in industry in Nigeria, about how to help drive and develop innovation, to bring technology and to bring investment. But one thing I will share, just from my perspective, as having served as a commissioner for the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission over the last several years through the September of last year, is that two really significant events really impacted global markets generally, particularly as we start to talk about gas and alternatives to fossil fuels. And that is the invasion of Ukraine and ultimately the pandemic. These two events were significant in a number of ways. And I'm sure for those who are deeply steeped in operating these businesses, watching the movement, the volatility of pricing, but also the response in terms of gas as a valuable global commodity, as something that really began to impact global market prices for not just the gas itself, but for any number of other asset classes. You all are standing on the fore once again in Nigeria of what will be global supply and what will be global pricing. I think there are a number of local and domestic issues that you all are navigating that are not unfamiliar or foreign to many outside of Nigeria. And so I want to acknowledge and give kudos to the thoughtfulness around building a sustainable future for financing, but also for industry, and particularly in the energy space. I want to also just highlight a couple of things that the U.S. government, at least under the Biden administration, but I actually think there's quite a significant appetite for this even under the current administration, had been deeply thoughtful about. And one of those things is sort of questions around sustainability, decarbonization, and the physical and transition risks associated with trying to identify alternatives in the energy space that really can for the entire planet lead us into the future. I'm thoughtful about the things that you all are describing, in part because it is critical, cutting edge, it is imperative, and it's not a surprise that you would be leading us in these discussions. I want to pause there because I want to leave lots of time for discussion, but also for Q&A. So I'll pause there unless I'm given other direction.
Thank you so much. Please let's give a round of applause. Just to quickly note that, don't worry, we have you while we're thinking of the jollof for today. Permit me now to pass the next question to Mr. Lakunle. How can the Nigerian government encourage natural gas to liquid, the GTL, processing industries to access the infrastructure and the affordable funding, especially through the newly activated midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund, the MIDGIF?
So let me first of all start by just addressing a point that Christine made. And I think as around the market, I was going to give an information that I think about last month or thereabout, there's a new gas exchange that was set up in Nigeria, right? And the whole idea is to more or less encourage transparent, market access in terms of pricing, in terms of delivery, in terms of how the system is structured, right? And of course, we have to note that in Nigeria, it's the initial priority and focus for most players was really around the oil, right? And so natural gas was more or less as a byproduct, and so there had to be strong regulatory, incentives to more or less, encourage the producers, of on the upstream end to focus on natural gas to the domestic market. And so we think that with the new gas exchange, that's come up, it's more or less like happy to culminate all that, evolution with regards to the policy directive around the gas space. And we hope that, in the next few months, there'll be a lot of development around, more transparency in the market, to get data, to get price and information that would then encourage capital flow, into our space. But to answer your question, I would say that obviously at the heart of everything we do is financing, it's capital availability. There are a number of ways to pursue it, but I think the priority has to be, first of all, that we have a stable regulatory environment that gives confidence to investment on the long term. And this is very important because we do a lot of projects, like I said, small scale, mid scale, and large scale. And when we take our experiences from the small to mid scale, we see that most lenders take a very short view with regards to financing. For obvious reasons, right? There's a lot of concerns around two things. One, the macroeconomic environment, which luckily has been stable for a while, but when we look at the regulatory environment within the space, we still expect some level of homogeneity around, how we look at the regulatory setup. And so financing would require stability in regulatory structure and also stability with regards to the macroeconomics. And what you then see is that the government has tried to bring in a couple of, solutions around incentivizing financing, within the space, like you mentioned, the MDGIF fund. Those financing are useful, but of course they are restricted because if you look at the single obligatory limit, for example, there's not so much you can do with regards to large-scale capital projects with what you have, with the MDGIF. So I would say that is a good stimulant with regards to part of the whole cocktail of financing requirement that you need to bring into the space. We expect to see a lot of private, capital being deployed within our environment, and I think that a number of us are, more or less trying to become missionaries to preach to our brothers to say, look, let's stop putting our money, outside the country. Let's bring it in here, and let's find a way to channel them towards projects that will deliver good ROIs. So the MDGI fund will be a stimulant. Private capital will be important, but I think ultimately, like Lekon said, scale is very important. If you want to achieve scale, then we need to have patient capital within our space, and that's where the development, banks will come in. We're hoping that we are seeing Afrexim and the likes of them become very bullish with regards to financing our space. That's where we think that the future, will lie with regards to access to low patient capital that would encourage long-term investment in our space. But obviously, this has to be a clear intersection between the regulators that gives confidence on the regulatory framework that will incentivize the long-term investment, and also on the macroeconomics to ensure that we have stability with regards to some of those key conditions that will drive, large-scale investment.
Very, 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 very nice point. As if you already read my questions, you just got into my next question. So, talking about competitiveness and partnership, you already threw some light on this, but I'll turn the next question to Mr. Olalekan. How do we ensure domestic gas utilization, fueling our own fertilizers and petrochemical plants, while remaining competitive in regional and export markets? And then what lessons can we borrow from other gas-led economics that have successfully executed this balance?
Thank you. These are actually very good questions. It just happens that in my days at AllianceBernstein, we made a lot of investments in Qatar. That's when Qatar was getting started. And I essentially funded all the service companies that got the Qatar gas projects going. So there are quite a few that we can learn from there. But I want to take it a step back just for a minute. Because you talked about just emissions, and I don't want us to not talk about it. Because in the context of capital, what's happened in the last couple of decades is that capital itself is moving. So the kind of structures that were funded in the past are not working anymore. And we have to be careful not to be trying to put new wine into an old wineskin, essentially. We need to have a system that when we're presenting our project, we need to know that ESG is just not a box we're ticking. And we need to have a plan for CO2. It's not as big a push yet in Nigeria, but it's coming. Now, I can tell you what we do within our group, within the Cambridge group. I can just tell you what we do. So first of all, we start from the molecules. Our gas molecules are gas molecules. Where should they go? Economics, GTL, LNG, petrochemicals, fertilizer, and so on. Now, if the returns are all equal, then I want to put it in fertilizer, because then the multiplier effect stays within the Nigerian economy, and we're using it to enable another business, another whole industry. We're feeding ourselves. Then the next one will be the petrochemicals, right? Same thing, we want to get to where we add more value. We need to go beyond, get out of this treadmill, essentially, of saying, oh, we're just extracting resources and we're selling them. But then the flip side of that is the markets actually just want your primary resources. So we try and create a balance. So for example, if you look at the gas base that we have, we've dedicated about half of it to LNG, because I know that, with a major oil company or major gas company, 25-year contract for my LNG is as good as cash. They don't need to give me that cash today. They've locked it in. I cannot start leveraging that cash to do other investments that will actually help the country in terms of just creating a multiplier effect. One that I really like is petrochemicals, because, the petchem, you start with the molecule, you go to your ethylene, you go to polypropylene, polyethylene. Within the Cambridge group, so Cambridge is a holding company. We also have an investment company. Within the Cambridge group, we have been investing in synthetic biology and biomanufacturing. So one of the biggest funds, or one of the most prominent funds, we're one of the largest investors in that. So it gives us access to a lot of technology. So what we're starting to realize is that the CO2 that we thought was a problem, once you go into bio and you're doing fermentation, bioethanol, it becomes your input. Yeah, and that is what nature has done. So if you look at the most natural remedy for CO2, it's trees, it's biology. So we need to take that biology and put it on steroids and do it at a larger scale. So that's what we're doing. So that's one side of it. Now, the other side of it is you were asking about just capital. We've been so dependent on external capital. And that's where we're as a country right now. But the more we start going through that process of when I say creating multiplier effect, creating capital, we start doing our own capital formation process. Once we can go through a successful sequence of processes in capital formation, then we can start investing our own capital. That's how we get out of this rut. And that's how we prosper in this country. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. For 1 minute, my next question is a joint question. For 1 minute, please. What does an effective partnership between indigenous operators, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and global funders actually look like in practice in this year 2026?
Well, actually, then I'm going to be in trouble because I wanted to respond just a little bit to the earlier discussion.
Okay, take 2 minutes.
Okay, and only share this. During my time as a commissioner at the CFTC, I made it my business to go to Africa. That was something I believed strongly in. So over the course of my time, I spent time in Nairobi, I spent time in South Africa, I spent time in Zambia, I spent time in Ghana. I wanted to come to Nigeria. I was very much welcome. I'm hoping I get additional invitations following this discussion, but really for multiple reasons. One is thinking about building markets right where the natural resources are, and thinking carefully about how for derivatives markets in particular, we can get the multiplier effect that you're describing. I have good friends in Nigeria who have launched and been engaged in those discussions. But specifically, I want to talk just now about the agricultural impacts, because I spent lots of time on that in Zambia and lots of time having the conversations around that in Kenya, and really want to emphasize that you are sitting on a gold mine in so many ways. And I think the opportunities there are there are a multitude of opportunities. Part of it is understanding the science and technology that you can use to capture those opportunities, but they really are a basis for capital formation right where you are. So I just wanted to applaud that statement. And with that, I'm again just grateful to be here, but I applaud that statement. Yes.
So, I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think there are two critical things that would drive large-scale investments in the natural gas, domestic gas space. I think the first thing would be that, one, there's a lot of competition around capital. Like, in the world that we're trying to get to a net zero, obviously you have to present your investment piece in a way that is, it's environmentally friendly. And so you must show technology that will help to abate some of the emissions that you typically will have in your production process. And I think with that sort of presentation, that can be an incentive for capital. But the second thing that we've all said here is the market, right? The market just has to work. The market must be able to pay for the cost of investment. I know Lincoln will not put in one single dollar of investment in an upstream if he's not assured that the market is going to take it, and that's a fact. But I think that when we move towards the gas-based utilization for gas, like you already mentioned, there's a whole lot of market around it. If you talk about fertilizers, for example, urea, we are perhaps importing about 90% of all our urea within the sub-Saharan Africa. And even though we have likes of Dangote that have come up to do, urea projects, there's still a whole lot of gap, in that space. And of course, you can always set up your domestic gas business in a way that meets the domestic requirements, and also ultimately you can drive toward export. So you can export your urea, for example. And we have all the incentives in Nigeria or sub-Saharan Africa to do that. We have port access. We can do some investment around that to optimize it. We have gas, abundant gas. We keep saying it's very, very abundant. It's 600 TCF of proven gas reserves. Just across us, Nigeria is a gas province with a drop of oil in it. And so what that means is we just need a whole lot of efficiency around being able to unlock that volumes. But the market is available subject to the commercials, the fiscals working. And that's where the collaborations that we need to have comes on board. We want to be able to say that we find a way to integrate our value proposition in a way where we understand your imperative. Even if on the upstream end you cannot take 100% of your ROIs, but you're able to transfer some and know for some additional benefit down the stream, maybe for some investment down the stream, you can form a sort of partnership around midstream, upstream collaborations. And the moment you're able to have that collaborations, you have access on the resource, you have access to the markets, you can demonstrate the viability of the market. You can also show the technology viability with regards to helping to drive efficiency, reducing emissions. I think that can be a potential way to attract investments within the domestic market.
All right, those are very good answers, and I'll just add a little bit to it if it's okay. Again, I just want to speak from what we're doing. I don't know if I'm at liberty to mention their name, but we've been partners with one of the largest IOCs. Just for the past 10 years, they've lifted our crude. And when we started the gas business, they said, yes, we will work with you. But then in the beginning, their thought process was just extract the gas and we'll take it away. And, it's not your business where we take it. We pay you, we'll take it away. And we said, yeah, in the beginning, we can agree to that. But then we want some of this used within our country, within Nigeria. Then their concern becomes, what about the currency? So it's interesting. We always thought that they cared where the molecules went. But no, these are publicly listed companies. They're going for the best returns on a risk-adjusted basis. So to the extent that we can work towards mitigating that risk, either as partners or through government guarantees and structures, then they will have no problem redirecting those molecules back to us. Now, we've been very fortunate that the Naira has been stable. But then the market is not deep enough. If you try and hedge the Naira, you really can't hedge it in a meaningful way. So we start looking for what I call natural options, things that you can co-invest in that will act as a Naira hedge. And I don't want to go into some of those right now. But in terms of how that partnership works, I think the interest is there. They know we have the resources. One of the things that is happening on the global stage also is just the demand for energy is growing with AI. So it's quite clear that our hand is stronger than it's been. But we need to educate ourselves. We need to be well trained. We need to put structures in place that helps us financially, but also remember that if we make all the money in the world and our country is not safe, then there's no point. So we need to put structures in place that also allow us to continue to grow our own country. And the more we do that, interestingly, the more we do that, then the more the Naira becomes stable or even strengthens. And then when we export, let's try and add more value before we export. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Mr. Lakule Williams, Christine, and Mr. Lakon. Very well spoken, very well spoken. But before we continue with the roundtable discussion that will be led by Mr. Kunle, can I please ask those of visitors, friends, and gentlemen and ladies who are standing just behind, I know they couldn't come to sit because of the camera. Please, can we have them come now to take their seats? Because we're going into the roundtable session. Can our ushers just help me bring the people who are standing to come take their seats now, please? Everybody standing there. Please come this way and take a seat. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming into our doors, into the Nigeria House. And please, I'd like to invite Christine to come forward, please. Because we had a session a moment ago, and it's also bordered on oil and gas. So this time that we're going to have the roundtable discussion, it will now be like a Q&A, like we will just give ourselves some insights and further for some few minutes further buttress on the things that bothers us and the solutions, risks, and even things that we can do to benefit the sector. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I'll now ask my fellow co-host today, Stephanie, to help us with going round, and then Mr. Kunle will take charge of this. Thank you so much and have a beautiful one.
Thank you. Thank you. If you do have a question, please raise your hand and I'll bring over the mic to you. Please just introduce yourself and your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Gazendam. I'm South African and I work for an EPC contractor in South Africa, EPCM, the company's name. I have a question with regards to GTL and the economics of that. Because I do a lot of consulting in Africa, and each country with gas, Tanzania, Mozambique, they all look at GTL as a potential way to monetize their gas. However, we are usually challenged by the economics. I want to draw on your wisdom as to how do we approach this and how do we get it commercial so that we can have more GTL factories and facilities in Africa to become independent from the world market, especially for fertilizers. The Ukraine crisis really influenced the price of fertilizers. We need it in Africa for our agriculture. Any ideas are very welcome. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think the whole point of this session, like you rightly mentioned, is to interact and have conversations. I think the priority of obviously would be to share practical experiences around the challenges and potentially the solutions. And you were right to say that ultimately, when it comes to the GTL business, economics is always a big factor, always a big challenge, and that's what I thought we more or less spoken about ultimately during the panel session. The first thing is because, again, it's a gas-based industry, and so the feedstock is gas. And that means that you need a whole lot of gas at an extremely cheap price. And that's an interesting challenge, right? But I think the first point is always to say that a GTL business is likely to be economical if it's located in a country that has the which, for example, in Nigeria, like I said, we have that abundant resource. But then the question would then be, how do you turn that resource from the upstream ultimately into that value base, feed the entire value? Today, I'm building 2 plants in Lagos or in Nigeria. The first one is a synthetic diesel project. It's a 5,000 barrels a day plant. It's going to take about 50 million scoop of gas per day. It's going to produce a high certain synthetic diesel and very low sulfur diesel, which helps to manage some level of compliance to environmental standards, and ultimately helps to improve, the entire production process for natural gas from an environmental standpoint. Also, we're doing a 1,300 per ton MT per day urea plant in Nigeria as well. But from our experience, right, those plants only work when the numbers are at a certain level, and we shared that numbers earlier. And this is for a country that's very rich in natural gas, by the way. And so if we are able to secure those volumes, and I think what we try to do is to, as much as possible, not locate our plant to a direct source alone, because in that way we are constrained with regards to availability of volumes, or also with regards to fiscals. And so our approach is to take an aggregate pricing framework. So we deal with about 5 different producers. We deal with Chevron, we have Shell, we have about 5 of them in our portfolios. We're able to manage, more or less blend the price on the upstream end. That gives us something very close to what we think will work for a GTL plant. There's still a fee that we have to pay for transporting those volumes on the system, which is extremely very challenging. But we've taken the view to say that if we're able to achieve a minimum ROI, which we've more or less, we think we've been able to achieve that, the priority will be scale. And because with a gas-based industry, it stimulates an accelerated utilization of gas, which means that you can potentially scale that plant up. If it's a modular, you can have 3 more units like Dangote is doing right now, in the country. And so with the level with economies of scale, there's some value that will come to you ultimately. But like I said, priority has to be that you locate your plant in a country that has access to the resource. You don't want to go and buy, your field gas, at $10, for example, to do a GTL plant. So,
thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to add a little bit to that. Actually, once you said from South Africa, I knew you were going to talk about GTL, because the Fisher Tropsch process obviously started in South Africa. It's getting better. If you look at the big project, Bintulu, Pearl GTL, Escravos, those all had massive cost overruns. But I think the technology is much better now. Obviously, if you're going to do GTL, remember that you're still selling into a cyclical end market in middle distillates. So you want to be sure that you've locked in the price of your offtake, essentially. Otherwise, if you're in a low part of the cycle, it could get ugly very quickly. But Mr. Olakunle is right. He's been able to secure gas at a very good price. Well, my gas is going somewhere else. But it's been able to secure gas at a very good price, and I think that drives it. But at the end of the day, just go back to the core of your question in terms of what drives the economics. So it's the gas. You should. Well, it used to be a rule of the thumb. Maybe he's closer now, but we used to think every 1,000 barrel a day of diesel will cost you $100 million essentially, which is your 5,000 barrels could be $500 million project. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, so it's much better. But then the key is just to make sure you don't have those cost overruns. Try and do as much as possible from source. And then to the extent we do that, then it's a good point. The thing is, once you have your GTL going, it's an ATM, it's a cash machine. It's just to get it going that's the problem here.
Thank you. We have a question over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Oguche Sunday. I'm from the Mission of Nigeria to the WTO in Geneva. Over time, including in the oil sector, we have a situation whereby government put in place policies to drive the development of upstream industries. But recently, there are issues around the effect of those policies meant to prop up upstream industries, but have detrimental effects on the downstream industries, which, in my view, is that which is creating much more of the jobs that we need, and all that more jobs have been created in downstream industry. So in the oil sector where you operate, or in the gas, do you have such experience in Nigeria where some policies by government that are targeted at developing or driving the growth of the upstream industries also actually have is counterproductive for the guys in the downstream? Do you have such experience in Nigeria?
So some of the experience that you have, right, with regards to incentivizing upstream, but negatively affecting downstream. Do you want to share some of the experiences that you have around that?
No, I work for the government, right?
Okay.
So whatever I have to tell you is, for instance, when we have forum like this, at times we have some companies like you or that raise some of this concern.
Right.
That there are some policies that you put in place,
right,
that actually it benefits
the upstream,
guys upstream, but it's counterproductive for the guys that are downstream.
Okay, so let me say one that comes to my mind readily. I would say that the most sensitive part of our business is around the fiscals, like we've always said. And if I take an example of Nigeria, so let's say pre-2008 in Nigeria, the priority was, like I said, an oil-centric approach. Most of the upstream players wanted to focus on developing oil. Once they eat gas, either they flare the gas, or use the NAG assets, they abandon the NAG assets and just focus on on AG assets. But with 2008 and the law of focus around incentivizing and stimulating domestic gas demand, there was now some kind of intervention on the pricing end of things, where governments had to set some sort of pricing scenario for different, gas to industries. So, for example, if you're doing gas to power, there's a price. If you're doing gas to commercial sector, there's a price. If you're doing gas to gas-based industry, there's a net back price, on the back of it. But we then discovered that that regulation or that policy was unfortunately constraining the growth of the domestic market, right? Because what you then realize is for a number of the upstream guys, they're fine. They have what you call a domestic supply obligation. They will meet it. What is, you realize that the market over the last 10, 15 years in Nigeria has maybe grown about 2% on regards to the gas and domestic market. And so one thing that we saw was the market wasn't growing because there was a lot of, regulation on the pricing end of things. And what you want to happen in an ideal situation is to have the gas pricing market-led, in which case, you have several hubs that are critical to the country, and you have pricing that, are more reflective of what it will cost to deliver gas to those hubs. And I think that the push right now is to more or less liberalize that entire, that entire sector to get towards a free, willing buyer, willing seller, pricing arrangement. So what that does is With the upstream guys, they can get the confidence that they can continue to invest, and we already do that, within our own business space. For most of the gas that we buy from the upstream players, we do it on willing buyer, willing seller, basis, because for us, that's the only way you can expect them to be incentivized to continue to produce the resources. So I think to answer your question, one policy that will be important to more or less help to get an homogeneous growth of the upstream and downstream markets is to allow the market in itself take shape, liberalize pricing, encourage players, downstream, midstream, downstream players to work closely with the upstream players and set pricing benchmark that makes sense for them to trade between themselves, reduce the emphasis on pricing regulation, focus on technical regulation instead, and then more or less try to open up new avenues for supply of gas. And I'll say this: in Nigeria today, we are one of the largest supplier of auto gas to the logistics sector in the country. We supply gas to Dangote. Literally all is trucks that are used for the refineries and these fertilizers, and that was a direct policy initiative by this current government to try and drive not just using gas, CNG for industries, but using CNG for auto purposes, for logistic purposes. And I think that that's the future when it comes to virtual pipeline, utilization. We perhaps consume about 20% of energy, for transport sake. So imagine if you're able to reduce, that utilization of diesel and the heavier, oil, and rather utilize natural gas for that process. That would ultimately help to reduce the cost. That will incentivize growth of the upstream players and also diversify into new value areas for the business.
Thank you so much. Before we continue with questions, ladies and gentlemen, please make your indulgence to quickly welcome into our midst. She was supposed to be part of a panelist today. Please, I'd like you to welcome especially Manzo Ogechi Nyi Famu, I hope I got that correctly, from Farmer Trace and also Agricultural Logistics and Commodities Trading. She is a global shaper, and maybe to also say she's a speaker this year at the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Ogechi. Thank you for coming. So at some point, she will also answer some questions because she's very, very, very much into these whole situations. I'm talking back to you, Stephanie.
Welcome. Thank you. Okay, we have a question over here.
I'm just a regular guy, no fancy job or whatever. Work for a Dutch bank. Actually, what I wanted to say is I agree with one of the guys who heads, one of the chair of the African Gas Organization. I forgot his name, but he said last year, drill, baby, drill. So I'm in favor of that. So we gotta keep drilling. Exactly. But there is still a thing, I've been to several events, and there was one that marked, that really stayed, and it was about sustainability, our footprint on Earth. And we all know that energy is very important for human development. Without energy, we cannot move forward. So what you're doing is very important in Nigeria's development. But at the same time, we have a big challenge on how to decrease our ecological footprint. So my question would be, what are you doing differently? Are you taking sustainability into account in all your processes? Because it's a task that we all have, not just you, but all of us, but especially you, since you're doing such a great thing.
Thank you. I believe we talked about it a bit in terms of the whole idea of changing the way we build and design the projects. So like Ms. Alakule was saying earlier, when it all started in Nigeria, from a gas perspective, was supply driven. Simply because we're looking for oil, we'll find some gas. Okay, here's some gas. What can we do with it? But now we're coming towards more of a demand-driven, where the demand from the economy is leading people to say we want this particular product, which has gas as an input, so to speak. And in that process of designing, we look for ways to make sure that it's sustainable. Because even beyond the fact that we have that responsibility, the capital, I was talking about capital mobility, the capital has moved. So If you're doing just the old-fashioned one, then you're limited to cyclical capital or maybe off-take capital, and maybe a couple of banks that are willing to work with you. But the minute you add sustainability, or bio, which is my favorite form of sustainability, biomanufacturing, just because it's just so intuitive. The minute you add that, then you can approach climate funds, you can talk to development agencies, and suddenly the world opens up again. So definitely, beyond just the fact that we have a moral objective, the way the system is reconfigured makes it make sense for us to do. So that's why we're saying that and the more we do it, the more we realize CO2 is, like we said, is an input, into whether it's from anything biomanufacturing related, it's CO2. So you can use microorganisms. We even have one of the companies that we invested in, even has this technology where the microbes can be sent downhole and reduce the carbon intensity of the hydrocarbon that you're producing. So there's a lot that is going on in that area, but that's something that we're actively looking to do and trying to use technology to differentiate ourselves. And I believe it could be an opportunity for Nigeria as well, because the rest of the world is moving, but to the extent that we take this seriously, it could be one of the things that we use to actually just make a difference in terms of differentiating ourselves from the rest of the world. So I hope that helps you.
I just want to follow up and say, I actually maybe have a question in following up, because I think that was so thoughtful, and just phrase it slightly differently and in the following sense. In terms of finance, the sustainability acknowledgement, in terms of that expectation, particularly because coming from the United States, I can speak from the perspective of the United States, but we are lagging, God's honest truth, behind the rest of the world in this space. When I talk to my European colleagues, when I talk to European markets, it's a very different universe. You're already seeing an expectation almost that is not going to go away, that you are responsive to questions like how participating in this particular project fosters sustainability. I want to go a little further in something you mentioned as well, which is technology. It's been hinted at here already once that AI will be relevant in this space in the future, but I just want to sort of draw on that thread and think a little bit about how AI might be, or other technologies might be, imperative when we're thinking about the future of shaping the energy market, and then also upskilling workers and preparing the workforce for opportunities, local opportunities to participate.
So I'm trying to think the best way to approach the question, right? Because I think sometimes it can get very controversial around, the position that we take in Africa with regards to, natural gas or fossil fuel development in general, as opposed to, like we all said, what the global, shift is towards, a net zero world. So I would say, first of all, that it's a very interesting, point to make. But I think for our own, what we've more or less realized is that, look, the priority for Africa has to be to develop itself very quickly, right? We want to achieve in Nigeria, we want to achieve a 2030, by 2030, $1 trillion economy. It means we have to grow at double digits, on an annual basis. So the priority for anybody in Africa has to be, look, our emissions are less than 2% globally. Our poverty rates and socioeconomic challenges are rising. And so how do we use our resources very quickly to close the gap? But again, we cannot be irresponsible around how we develop our resources. And like, my colleagues here have said, a big factor to helping to ultimately create that balance with technology. Christine has mentioned AI. There are techs like carbon capture and storage techs, for example, that are being developed and are actually gaining a lot of traction. Ultimately, what that does is that you can actually develop your natural gas production process and put a CCS technology. You clean up the carbon or the CO2 emissions. You can actually reinject the CO2 like Lekon said, and it becomes the value of these products. So tech is always going to be the big game changer, has always been through the history of mankind. And we think that, that's what we should leverage effectively on. But again, it's also key to say that whether we take a view as to say we want to develop on the back of renewables, Africa are rich, when it comes to full spectrum wealth, natural gas resources, mineral resources, all of them. And the good thing is that out of tech, you can also leverage renewable energy, for example, to do what we're talking about. We can use green ammonia, for example. I mean, you can create urea from electrolysis through solar production processes. So there are ways to actually get to doing the same thing through a cleaner energy sources. Of course, the only problem will be the affordability of it. And so when we look at Africa's space, we're going to ask ourselves, by the time we layer all those developments around renewable energy, can we still be competitive when it comes to being able to get our product down to the market? So I would say that it has to be a balance, like we've always said, a mix, an energy mix, where we put all those sources into our portfolio, we engage them, we clean up the dirty ones, like the fossils, and we try to, as reasonable as possible, incorporate the clean energy sources into those mix. Ultimately, like I said, the idea is not to do zero carbon, it's to achieve net zero carbon. So we want to get to a point where we can clean everything up and at the end of the day present a case that shows that we are environmentally sustainable in what we do.
Thank you.
May I just add a little bit to that? Because as you were talking, I was just doing a self-reflection here. So I was here 6 years ago. And I have to say, every time I got asked that question, I was very defensive. And I would say, no, our problem in Africa is energy poverty. Forget about this, it's not a problem, and so on. But the evolution, first by seeing what's happening in the world, but also by realizing that when we apply ourselves to it, some of these ideas, that I was talking about, whether it's bio, actually add to your returns. So you actually improve your returns. So if you're doing a methanol plant and you now put bioethanol on top of it, you're going to have a 2 to 3% IR improvement. So it actually makes sense now to do that just from an economic perspective. And then obviously, well, not obviously to everybody, but a lot of the gas industries have steam methane reformers, which is essentially your source for hydrogen. And the reason why we're just not going to the next step yet is that it's not clear to us that there's a market for hydrogen locally. And once you try to transport it, the economics goes away. But when the time comes, we can go to that step. So it's coming together. But we cannot have an us versus them mentality where we say, oh, this is a problem of this industry, of that industry. But we should all just work together, put our ideas together, and just, it's our world. Do what's best for the world and make more money while we're doing it. Thank you.
Okay, I also wanted to contribute to that conversation in the context of Nepal Energies, because we are a downstream company, and what we're doing is embedding ESG into our daily operations. So I'll speak from the perspective of trucks, for example, with switching trucks from diesel trucks to CNG trucks, which apparently is more affordable, so it's efficient. So it's killing two birds. We're looking at it commercially and also from an impact perspective. We also push LPG distribution through our retail to, especially in the areas that people are still using cooking gas, to reduce carbon emissions. And also we're big on HSC compliance as well, product handling and distribution. And, it's something that is here to stay. It can't go away. I drove the rebranding exercise when we launched our retail business a few years ago from Nepal Oil and Gas to Nepal Energies. And for a while, it felt like, okay, are we just now Nepal Energies, or we're taking practical steps? And I can confidently say that we are taking practical steps towards, looking at the environment and being more efficient and responding to the market. And I think with time, we'll get there, and we are actively working towards it. And, just looking at it from a just energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question over here.
All right, good afternoon. I guess in the course of our conversation, we've touched a little bit on this, but you mentioned earlier, the gentleman in the suit, yes. You talked about there's a lot of mention about the industry and the efforts in the industry to supply gas. And you clearly stated that the industry was supply driven and it's coming around to be demand driven. However, I do want to ask, what efforts are being made to increase the different avenues from the demand side of things? A lot of efforts is being, spoken about in terms of finding capital to improve, finding capital, reducing operational overheads, reducing operational costs, building your facilities close to the source so that you can limit that. Beautiful econometrics. But now I want to talk about repeatability, not sustainability. Repeatability. Ultimately, your return on investment comes from the offtake demand. So how can we work on building that seamlessly into the systems of daily living, be it through real estate, be it through logistics, be it through other daily, consumable demands for this product. And then as well, how do we put incentives to drive people towards these initiatives? So we look at the US, they want to go green. You see the electronic cars coming out, and then you see incentives supporting the use of electronic vehicles to achieve a greater purpose of net zero. So what are we doing in our own space to increase the demand and the channels for revenue generation after we've done everything to bring down our cost of production and bring down and find the equilibrium balance of pricing to the end user? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a pertinent question, and it's actually more of a question that will typically go to regulators and policymakers. But again, all I can talk about is what we're doing, and I hadn't planned to talk about this project, but we do have a project within the Cambridge Group. It's called the Cambridge Free Ports Project. And the reason why we set it up, for people that know Nigeria, we have OPL 310, which is offshore Lagos. We have OPL 241, which is right across from Ondo State. And we decided we're going to build a port in Ondo State. It's still going through regulatory permits right now. We're engaging with the Port Authority and all that. But then it just occurred to me, well, if we're building, in the beginning it was a jetty. But then if it's a jetty and we're targeting 10 million tons per annum of LNG capacity over the next 10 years, if we're going to export that much, then why not just make it a port and then use some of the gas to develop the bitumen that is in the area? And then from that went on to, well, why don't we just build a city, build railroads? So we have there's even a video. I don't know, we haven't put that video out, Hamilton, but so we've been working on it. I have a small team working on it because this is a project. This is something that's 5 to 7 years away. So that's from the personal side. But from the government side, gas demand is always a bellwether for your economic activity, and the connectors are your infrastructure. So you could have a lot of demand, especially, let's take it to the lowest base, which is your LPG. Oh, we do have an LPG plant actually in Otakipo that we inaugurated last year. A lot of that LPG is supplied by trucks right now. So people want it because essentially the outcome is it's your propane and your butane, that's your cooking gas. But we don't have a pipeline system to deliver that cooking gas. But you'll be surprised at how much we're still getting done with these trucks going back and forth. So to the extent that our infrastructure improves, as our economy improves, you're going to see more demand on that base level. Then you now go to the next level, agriculture, which we talked about. Again, as more demand improves, that one is even demographics driven. So I think the vice president was talking about 2050, we're going to be 400 million people. Well, we got to feed all these people. So again, fertilizers, so key. And then you're now looking at the industrialization, the petrochemicals and all that. Again, it's all driven by economic activity. So while we can say, oh, we're just doing policy for gas demand, it's probably more efficient to just try and grow the economy, and the gas demand will come with it. I hope that helps you. Thank you.
That makes sense. I think there are two ways to go about it, right? The first one would be to strengthen existing supply, demand framework that exists. Second one would then be to diversify into new value areas, right? And when we look at natural gas, it's a resource that can actually achieve both. So on the first one, we have clear existing value chains, gas to power, gas to the industries, I think that within Nigeria electricity space, there's a whole lot of development that's happening right now. If you're following the current development in the sector that aims to decentralize the powers, right, with regards to the electricity powers framework, and then give the state government a whole lot of control around and autonomy around how to develop and also manage and regulate the entire facet of the power supply framework from generation to transmission to distribution. And I think that we're doing a 100 megawatt power project, for example, in Ogun State. We're doing it directly to the off-takers, in which case we had a generation license, we have a distribution license, and we're engaging with the Ogun State government directly, and we're going straight to the off-takers. We're generating the gas ourselves, we're doing the power generation ourselves. And that's, I think, is the future when it comes to strengthening existing framework to move from a centralized grid to a distributed grid, in which case you can see new players come on board and make investment in embedded power generation. The second one would be, like I said, going to diversify into new value areas. One value area that is growing up in Nigeria, like the lady from Nepal said, is on the auto gas space. Traditionally, for most virtual pipeline operators, the focus has always been on looking for stranded industries to supply your CNGs to. But of course, that competes with traditional pipelines because pricing becomes an issue, and of course, the operational convenience becomes something that's very important. So we have realized that over the last 2 years, a major growth driver, and I'll tell you, when I was making my investment in CNG, I wasn't interested in doing CNG to trucks. I thought it was a waste of time. But I'll tell you, in 2 years, is perhaps become 40% of our demand, offtake within our CNG, right? And that's been because overwhelmingly the government has supported, CNG utilization for logistics, and you see just so many players come into that space. And that's an example of a new value area in terms of diversification that you can do. And like Lekon mentioned, also within the gas-based industry as well, we're not doing so much around it. So there's a whole lot of demand. Lekon mentioned numbers that we have. We can either make that a demographic dividend or a liability. And so with the gas-based industry, one thing you will have is employment. You would also have, like I said, food available for the population. So you are rest assured that ultimately you can have a gain a generation over the next 50 years that will be gainfully employed and will add value to the economy. So we have to diversify into new areas like that, urea production, syn diesel, and the likes of it, and also strengthen the existing ones that we have ultimately.
Thank you so much. So this is going to be our last question for this afternoon, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you to the panelists. You've shared a wealth of information. My question is going to be from an investor perspective. What would you say? I have two questions. The first is, what would you say is Nigeria's unfair or competitive advantage when it comes to gas? I think you've touched on it a little bit when you mentioned the sheer amount of Nigeria's reserves, but I'm sure there's a lot more that you have to say on the subject. And then the second would be for investors who are looking to play in this space, to the extent that you can share, what kind of returns are you seeing from an IRR perspective? Because there are quite a number of people in the audience, and I think it'll be quite helpful to know how attractive the industry is for you, and also how that is helping to unlock the agenda of Nigeria's transformation. Thank you.
Oh, wow. How attractive the industry is.
I'm definitely not going to speak to that. But I will say one quick thing while you guys are doing crunching numbers in your heads. One point that was made earlier that I thought you might raise as well in the context of investor participation is transparency. It was referenced much earlier. And we also talked about capital formation. And so as you were formulating your well thought out and beautifully articulated question, I just wanted to emphasize that I think for global investors, those are really sort of some critical linchpins, critical points, right? The extent to which one can share evidence of an established track record and an IRR that really is something that draws attention and makes opportunity attractive is one piece of it. The other piece is really that transparency and some certainty or confidence around market integrity. So those are threads that I'm just pulling from the earlier conversation. I'll let the number crunchers beside me share what their IRR looks like.
I'll answer the first one, you do the second one. So when we say our competitive advantage in Nigeria, you mentioned the resource, value first of all. I would say that, and I learned this when I started building up a project in Ghana. We are commissioned the first CNG in Ghana on Monday, by the way. And the experience for us was one that showed we actually have tremendous capacity in Nigeria, because we spent with decades, whether we've had hits and misses, but the most important thing is we've actually accumulated a whole lot of experience around the oil and gas value chain. And so, as much as we think that we have a lot of development to do, when we go outside to other countries, we kind of see ourselves as superstars in a way, and we're able to more or less work with the regulators in those countries to share our experiences within Nigeria and help to create a robust regulatory environment for them. And we're proud of what we've done in Ghana, for example, in that regard. So I would say that apart from the resource standpoint, we also have a competitive advantage around capacity, which we've accumulated over years and our experiences. We also have advantage of a consumer market, right? In Nigeria, we're 230 million people. Like Lekon said, we're projected to rise to about 400 million people by 2050, 800 million people by 2100. I mean, that's a huge market, right? But of course, we want to make that market a dividend-paying, demography, not just one that becomes a burden to us because we've not done what we need to do from an economic standpoint to gainfully employ those young people that will be the future of our country, in the next 50 years. So we have a population advantage. It can be a dividend, it can be a liability, depending on how we play it, but it's an advantage. Okay, so I would say that one, like I said, resource standpoint, capacity, people, consumer market, some level of advancements in terms of regulatory capacity as well. No, we're not there yet, but at least there's an indication of where we want to go to. And we see that across the different value chain, whether it's on the power sector market, whether it's on the upstream end, whether it's on the midstream end. And that's why you see that regardless of the challenges we have in Nigeria, there's still some activity that still comes up with, from all the different value chains. So I think that these are our advantages. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do to convert them to actual value, but at least for now, the advantage is for us.
Thank you, Olakunle. Before I go to the next step, there's also one more advantage. In my Schlumberger days, I worked in, and most of those places, the gas has hydrogen sulfide. Sulfide, it has NO2, it has a lot of just contaminants that you have to deal with. So with hydrogen sulfide, it makes your metal brittle. So you have to use chrome. So that increases your costs quite so. If you have SO2, then you have acid forming out of your gas. Yeah. So once you have a hydrogen combined with it, so then carbonic acid on the CO2 side. So we don't have that in Nigeria. We have the sweetest gas possible. It's just sweet. It's sweet. In some cases, it's methane. In some cases, it's actually gas and condensate. So in some of our assets, so Otakipo has a lot of gas condensate. OPL 310 has almost 70% condensate that you have to cycle out before you get gas. Condensate you're selling at the level as oil. If condensate is retrograde, you can sell it like WD-40. You 5 times the price of oil. So all that comes with us, So the quality of the resource we have is just amazing. So that's the first thing. Now the second thing is in terms of returns. So on the base level, you're already at 20%, simply because you have the resource. You have a lower cost. You're on the low end of the cost curve because you're not buying chrome, you're not buying all this fortified steel, all that. So you're at the low end of the cost curve. So provided that you can just be efficient in your execution, you're in the 20s on the low end. Now, by the time you start to add value to it, like you said, you could be easily north of 25% IRR. And you're right, KG, at 25% IRR, you're doubling your money every 2 years. So yeah, every 3 years, yeah. So it's quite it's a blessed country, and I think we're very fortunate. Now we need to make sure that the blessing is not a curse; it's a blessing. But we need to make sure that blessing is utilized and developed to help everybody and to uplift our lives. Thank you very much.
Wow. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it couldn't have been better than this, trust me. Of course, today's topic, gas-led industrialization, unlocking. We were able to unlock the GTIs, if you ask me, and fertilizers and petrochemicals for Nigeria's economic transformation. Please, I'd like you to join me one more time as we appreciate my speakers this afternoon. First, please put your hands together for the CEO of Tetracore Energy Group, Mr. Lakunle Williams. You were super amazing. Also, I'd like to also appreciate the former Commissioner, United States Commodity Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, and the Regulation and Financial Market Expert. Give a round of applause, would you? And also, I'd like to appreciate in a very, very special way the CEO of Lek Oil Nigeria Limited. A round of applause. Permit me to also appreciate Lady Christine and Ogechi, just to let us know that we would continue. I'm very sorry, Mr. Richard. I knew you wanted to ask a question, but speakers will be at the backdrop, and then you can go ask some more questions if you want, because we have another session coming up very, very soon, so we have to hurry. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Efosa FX Yamu, and it was very beautiful doing this with you this afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are going to have a photo session, so I'd like to invite my panelists to please come on stage. And as I also ask that our participants to take all of your belongings as you go back, because we're about to restructure the hall. Please, can I have my panelists on stage, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, at 3:30, we do have the Honorable Minister of Finance for Nigeria coming in for a keynote speech at 3:30. So please do stick around for that. And we also do have the deal room open. So if you'd like to connect with Nigerians in the room and also at home, we can make that happen. Please, can we have the panelists up on stage for pictures? Panelists, can we please have you all up on stage, please? Thank you. Oh.
We have choices, but we have to. Yeah, we hang out together in Monaco. At Monaco. Yeah. Yeah. Photographer. Hey, it's really good to see you. All right. We're bringing you to Nigeria. Yes. Okay, yes.
Am I joining this picture?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, just one more. Two more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then yes.
Nigeria and
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can have some light. We can have some light music. Light music.
Thank you.
Problem come when you get right. Cause the do they hold our lifetime.
We do have the Honourable Minister of Finance coming in at 3:30 p.m. today. The Honourable PM, trust me, you don't want to miss it. Our Honourable Minister of Finance, Minister Wale Edu, will be here at 3:30 p.m. And please don't forget, we do have a deal room open for those that want to connect with us here and abroad. Not right now. Let them know.
Wake up early and they grind all day. No time to waste time, no they play. If you want flex, better bring your pay. I'm on no stress, we dey chop life today. No, there isn't bad energy. I dey focus on my melody. Every step where I take, it dey clear. Oluwa dey, so I no fear. No darling, we dey ballin', na. All my life now, cruise, make we run all na. Money day, we dey flex, so na. We dey live this life, na. Wake up early, I dey grind all day. No time to waste, I know they play. If you want flex, better bring your pay. I'm on no stress, we dey chop life today. No, there isn't bad energy. I dey focus on my melody. Every step where I take, it dey clear. Oluwa dey, so I no fear. No darling, we dey ballin'. Na. I'm on life now, cruise, make we run out. Na. Money day, we dey flex, so na. We dey live this life. Na. Hey, I'm on no darling, no. Oh yeah. Ooh, say now you dead.
Hello.
You dey bust my brain, you dey my sight. Don't be lying, they feel your vibe. I'ma make we groove, make we catch fly.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can I have your attention, please? Hello, everyone. So in the next 20 minutes, we're going to start the next session. It's very important that you get some refreshment because once we start the session, then we'll have to close down the refreshment. Please try and get something to eat. Within the next 20 minutes, we're going to start the next session.
Ooh, yeah. Say now you in my mind, oh. baby, make we cruise, make we no fight. No fight, no fight. You dey bust my brain, you dey my sight. My sight, my sight. No be lie, I dey feel your vibe. Your vibe. I'ma make we groove, make we catch flight. Yeah. Everywhere we go, then they eye us. Them they wonder why we they high up. Don't be that consign, make them mind up. I'm on that love, we they sign up. Give me love, give me vibes. Make we dance till morning light. No go down, no go light. Mama, you the sweet my life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh. Say now you in my mind, oh. Oh no, 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 no. I know fit all, I did my grind. Yeah. Every day I wake up, I dey chase my dreams. No before play, I dey walk, I dey scheme. I'ma no sleep money, no day for dream. No. If you no be hustle, I beg, no be me. I know fi stop, I know fi tire. I'ma we dey go higher. God don't bless, I no retire. Every day na new fire. Give me energy, I need energy. Make we party, make we feel alive. London moment we dey run am down. Omo we dey live this life. Oh, oh no, 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 no. I know fit all, I dey my grind. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oluwa bless me. Grateful, spiritual, uplifting vibe. Baba God, I thank you. Many things I see, many things I hear. It no easy, but I still there, yeah. Enemies try, but they no fit near. Oluwa cover me, I no fit fear, yeah. See my blessings, it's too plenty. No be by power, no be by sense. Now him the guide, now him the carry. I dey move, no fit worry. Oluwa bless me, I no go follow. Every day na testimony. I dey shine, I dey prosper. I'ma no be luck, na grace, so. Oh, Papa God, I dey thank you. Baba God, oh, I dey thank you, oh. Many things I see, many things I hear. It no easy, but I still there. Enemies try, but I no fit near. Oluwa cover me, I no fit fear. See my blessings, it's too plenty. No be by power, no be by sense. Now him the guide, now him the carry. I dey move, no be worry. Oluwa bless me, I no go follow. Every day na testimony. I dey shine, I dey prosper. I'ma no be luck, na grace, oh. Oh, Baba God, oh, I dey thank you. Many things I see, many things I hear. Oh boy, you know easy, but I still there. Enemies try, but they don't fit me. Oluwa cover me, I don't fit fear. See my blessings, it too plenty. No be by power, no be by sense. Time they guide, time they carry. Oh, I dey move, no fi worry. Oluwa bless me, I don't go follow. Na. Every day na testimony. Na. I dey shine, I dey prosper. Na. I wanna be up na grace, so. Na. Oh. Baba God, oh. I dey thank you, oh. Jolly, baby, we forget relationship. I try convince, baby, tell me say no vacancy. I don't notice, say you want to do me wait and say, but the God forbid, baby, contemplate me over. My body out for you for honor. They for my life, look at the ass under. Any man ponder fire say over. My body out for you for corner. They for my life, you know get the ass under. Any man ponder fire under. Jolly, carry body, yeah. I call police, say baby, sweet but vanilla. I don't notice, say I know fit to consider. Oh yeah. Jolly, carry body, yeah. I call police, say baby, sweet but vanilla. I don't notice, say I know fit to consider. Oh yeah. Say me I can't let you go, so me I gotta let you know. You know me I gotta let them show. My Jolie, I come take photo. And I go feel way for you. I call you Sally. This love it is sweet for body. On top you, I won't waste my money. I want see something, you carry something, you do me something, you give my confidence. I know if you complete them. Why I love I go Calacuta. I don't quench my heart inside cooler. I don't carry your matter for ambulance. I get the eye party, this embuda. So we say over. My body out waiting for you for honor. They for my life, you know get the ass under. Any man ponder fire. Say over. My body out waiting for you for honor. They for my life, you know get the ass under. Any man ponder fire. Jolly, carry body, yeah. I call police, say baby, sweet but vanilla. I don't notice, say I know fit to consider. Oh yeah. Jolly, carry body, yeah. I call police, say baby, sweet but vanilla. I don't notice, say I know fit to consider. Oh yeah.
Timmy J on the track. fingers.
Never waste your time, never let you go. Top down, back to back, you the best I know. Oh yeah, you dey blow my mind, blow my mind, blow my mind. For your love, I go change my life, change my life, change my life. Yeah, but come here to your dance, make us ego. Dirty wine for me, I say so. So many nights I dey wait for matter to get you all alone for one night. You do me something no lie, I go mad for your type. I want to do you whatever you want. Freaky, freaky for you. Show me what you're into. Girl, you just did blow my mind, blow my mind. Your body, blow my mind, blow my mind. Girl, you just did blow my mind, blow my mind. Your body, they blow my mind, blow my mind. We go rendezvous. Make we rendezvous. We go rendezvous. Make we rendezvous. When I drink from your water, give me a cup. I ain't just wanna sip. I'm tryna steal your love. I'm guilty of it. I don't give a shit about who telling all our business when I'm killing it, when I'm feeling it, kissing it and turning to an animal. Yeah, girl, I walk with
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, we need to get everyone to please come back and take a seat. We're about to begin the next session. We understand item 7 is going on and people are enjoying the jollof rice. Can we crave your indulgence? Can we have the hospitality team close down the kitchen? Please stop all service of food for now. For those of you who are done eating, please join us quickly. We're about to begin the next session. Please, we need to stop all food service at this time so that we can quickly begin the next session. Can we have everyone, please, already accredited, please take your seats. Can we have everyone please come and take a seat? Please come and take a seat. All food service should please cease at this moment. We will return to this after the next session. We are now ready to begin the next session and would like everyone accredited to please take their seats. We promise you more jollof rice after this session. Don't be in a rush. We have a lot in stock. We need you seated. If you're not seated, unfortunately, we would have to escort you to wait until this session is over. But at this time, we need everyone to please come up front and take a seat for the next session. Please, there is no seat reservations. You need to take a physical seat. We do not allow the use of handbags to hold seats for people. Please be notified that we do not allow the use of handbags to hold seats for people. We need seats to be physically filled up now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we make our way to sit down, thank you, thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, anyone not seated, we would have to have you temporarily wait until this session is over to come back to continue. Please, please, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the next session that is about to begin. So thank you. Please. Attention.
I'm on the way, please don't keep my vibe. I'ma do what I wanna do, it's my life. So many things they say about I, but I don't really care what's happening outside. In the heat of the moment I shine, so when I get lost, I follow my light. I'm on the way, please don't kill my vibe. Please don't kill my vibe. Them man tryna change my story. But shout out to me. Gonna break my soul, but I know. Say that man tryna change my story. But shout out to the ones that know.
You.
Minister of Finance.
Of the room, please. If you're not seated, you would have to wait. All right. Good afternoon, women and gentlemen, and welcome. You're welcome to the inaugural Nigeria House at Davos. At this time, please, I'll be honored to introduce to stage the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy of Nigeria, Mr. Wale Edun. Please put your hands together.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon. I'm happy to be at Nigeria House, the inaugural Nigeria House at Davos. Let me start by saying, Honourable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, Your Excellencies, the Special Advisor to Mr. President on Finance and the Economy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, my sister, Dr. Jumoke Uduwole, I sincerely congratulate you and your team, Omoumi, Mustafa and co, for the determination, the resilience, and the sheer energy that you have brought to making sure that Nigeria House Davos became a reality no matter the tight deadline. And as I said, it's a pleasure to welcome you all to this, to the World Economic Forum Annual Meetings 2026 in, shall I say, our own abode, our own territory. And you know, the establishment of Nigeria House is both intentional and it is symbolic. It reflects how Nigeria is choosing to engage with the world at a moment of profound global uncertainty, unpredictability, and indeed where things are now an open book. And what we need at this time is coherence and dialogue that is, that is, I would say, that is anchored in reform of, as I say, tremendous change in the global environment. The theme of this year's forum, we say, across the economy, we are witnessing fragmentation in trade, fragmentation in investment, capital flows, and of course, the topic of the moment, geopolitical and geoeconomic occurrences, which we haven't seen for many years. Dialogue has become harder, but it's also more necessary. And I think this Nigeria House exists specifically for this purpose. We want it to be a hub for dialogue. We want it to be a platform for engagement, and definitely a space where it's not just a talk shop, but where conversations actually lead to decisions and lead to actions. And I can see some familiar faces on the Nigerian business scene. And for those who have long experience of Nigeria, we want you to be convinced to do even more at this time. And so we're not just a showcase. This is not just a showcase. It's not ceremonial. We want it to be a serious workplace that brings together government, investors, our development partners that we rely on so much, and of course, the media. In this day and age, the media plays such a key role, not just helping us to coordinate, but also helping us to give clarity to our ambition. And we want to have focused conversations about the reforms that are underway in Nigeria, as we all know, under the very, very able leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for 2.5 years now. Mode under his renewed hope agenda, a well-crafted economic program to lead us from out of distortions into macroeconomic stability and onto not just stabilization, but rapid, sustained, inclusive growth that provides well-paying jobs for our teaming graduates and young people. And clearly, thank you. Clearly, that means investment. So the conversation is all about driving investment, domestic investment by Nigerian investors based in Nigeria, and then investment that also attracts their savings from abroad, as well as those of the diaspora who may be staying and working abroad, but can look to Nigeria for profitable, for worthwhile investments to basically not just support their homeland, but really do well for themselves on a competitive basis when they look around the world at where is it best to invest in now. And in a sense, Nigeria House does mirror Nigeria's broader approach to global engagement: serious, structured, and outcome-driven, including jollof rice. So our participation at the World Economic Forum this year is guided by 3 clear objectives this establishment is here to support. And the first is reporting progress on our economic reforms. We have taken, as I mentioned earlier, politically difficult but necessary economic decisions over the past 2.5 years or so. And these reforms were not taken lightly. They were designed to correct long-standing, decades-long distortions and to restore macroeconomic stability and build a foundation for private sector-led growth. The economy of Nigeria, the GDP of Nigeria, is 90% in the hands of the private sector, not just the large corporations, but the small and medium scale enterprises, the micro enterprises. That is where the economic activity is. Product engines. We are seeing the results of the reform so far. growth has strengthened, and you are all familiar. I know inflation is moderating, external buffers have been strengthened and improved, and of course, the exchange rate is stabilized, and investor confidence is improving, and you see that in the flows, the capital flows, the foreign exchange flows that have come to the country, as well as through other indicators, the development partners. If you look at the narrative of Nigeria now, it is a relatively positive, forward-looking one. It's an optimistic one. And what is left for us at this stage is to stay the course, is to maintain the trajectory. And that itself includes difficult choices because, as always, as in economics, unlimited wants, limited means. So critical and strategic prioritization has to be done. And that, of course, is led by His Excellency the President. Also, coming to Davos is about accountability. We are here to report progress, transparency, and honesty, and to demonstrate that reforms that are being consolidated are not reversed. And central to this, as we've said, is sound macroeconomic management. And I think it's important to point out that this includes the operational independence of Central Bank of Nigeria under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The letter and the spirit of the law, which gives autonomy and independence to Central Bank, is being kept, is being met. That deserves applause, given the circumstances. And of course, CBN remains a cornerstone of price stability and investor confidence as we all join hands in fighting inflation. The second objective of being here is to deepen the dialogue with you, both potential investors and indeed our development partners. And that's in line with the true spirit of this forum. Global capital today is cautious. It's a competitive environment. Trade rules are shifting. There's fragmentation. There's a retreat from globalization. There's a retreat from multilateralism. And indeed, I might say there's a retreat from empathy, if you count empathy as capital flows from the developed to the developing country. They are in reverse. More is being paid in debt service and obligations than is being received. And of course, the geopolitical risks are heightened. We have all seen that played out in front of us. Words are not built by education. It is built clear. We understand investors' concerns, and we are keen to provide an environment that is conducive to them. We are committed to policy consistency. As I said earlier, staying the value. Everything is of value. All the flows are useful term country, and one of its largest economies, 300 odd million people. It's an important market for us to engage with each other. And then when you look at the African continental free trade area, you have 1.4 billion trades amongst itself. Therein lies an opportunity for us. Thirdly, we'd like to concretize, we'd like to execute, not just sign, we would like to implement. And we have in the UAE just last week, and there are other countries there, and we look forward to having benefit. So over the past 2 years, Nigeria has opened many Africans electricity for the first time by 2030. So infrastructure and agriculture and food systems, and of course, technology and a lot of interest in this. How we would like, and all our team here, to put a fine point on things. What actually do you need to take that final step? And Nigeria House is here to support that shift from dialogues to decisions, from intent to implementation. And on a broader reflection, let me just say the global economy is changing. As I said earlier, it is fragmenting. National security considerations have come to the fore, and it's to an extent a zero-sum game. If you want to spend on national security, maybe you spend less on concessional flows to other countries. For emerging markets, these shifts carry real risks. When the world trading system is not growing as fast, when global trade is not as robust, it means that growth will not be as robust. Opportunities for developing countries to be part of that uplift and to be part of a growth story are limited, and instead we have tighter capital controls, greater social pressure. And so therefore, it is important for us that we find we find an outlet that keeps our countries growing. And Nigeria's response, of course, has been to focus on what we control, our own macroeconomic environment, own ability to raise domestic resources, domestic resource mobilization, savings of Nigerians, as I said before, whether abroad, whether domestically, and of course, boosting our own internal revenue by focusing on technology, applying technology, even AI, to our systems and our processes to block the leakages and stem and loopholes, so that we get much more from our own internal system of revenue generating agencies and government-owned enterprises. And of course, you, the private sector, focusing on bringing you in, as I said earlier. So this is our response to a tightening international environment. So ladies and gentlemen, our invitation, if I may say, and I know the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment has already said it, but I'll say it again, that our invitation to you is to engage with Nigeria, a Nigeria that is reforming, stabilizing, and is, as they say, open for business. Thank you, and welcome once again to Nigeria House, Davos.
Wow. On behalf of Nigeria House, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, for his powerful and insightful keynote address. Please, a round of applause once again for him. And I would like to invite to take pictures our Honourable Minister, Dr. Olajumoke Oduwole, Honourable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. And to join them on stage, can I please have the indulgence of Kuramo Capital MD, Bank of Agriculture MD, and Lek Oil MD. Thank you. Oh, the man with the money.
I'll just stand it somewhere over there. I'll just stand, please. Because I'm not seeing your face.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. And I believe we do still have jollof rice in the building. And we have one more panel for today. It will be starting at 4:30 p.m. And it is on financing the energy transition, climate capital, carbon markets, and ESG credibility. Where's my phone? Oh, God. Did I not call him? Oh, God. Please, can we please have pictures at the back? I don't. Please, Tetracore. Oh, God.
I did it. So I did it. What happened? We need to get a picture.
Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me got a girl on me bed right now. She says she know I live. She tell me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris. You fucking with the creme de la creme. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress.
Sorry, what did you say?
Ooh, she really wanna flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the cup. Sports car.
Ladies and gentlemen, we still have lunch available. If you'd like to finish up your meals, you can still head over there. And if you haven't started, please join us. We have a lot of delicacies for you to indulge in. Thank you.
Screw them because them a won't be me. Ice on me, looking fresh and clean. Definitely put me eye patch on me. Take my vanilla cold stone in my villa. Me one drop your Risa Sativa.
Then you want to ignore me. Hey, God. See, I was booked on it. You know what?
Say she never seen a guy. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. When don't get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really wanna flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me not get time for love, definitely not. Me get girls around to come warm me up. Me and the prince, we pull up in fleets. VSOPs to my monamis. Take my vanilla cold stone in my villa. Me one drop your Risa Sativa on cold, cold, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh Lord, oh na na na, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, good in the yard. What's it good? What's it good? Yes, and the rest cook that thing.
Bring the heat, Clamsy.
Oh, baby girl, say what the designer, put on vagina, yo. Wear designer, buy for China, yo. Girl, you got body too much, body oh sempe, carry you fly. Girl, you got body too much, body oh sempe, carry you fly. Safina get, but we go make a man grow. Safina get, but we go make a man shake. You make a man go, make a man psycho. Your body be like cigar, make a light oh. Girl, you body too much, body oh sempe. Girl, you body oh sempe, carry you fly. Oh baby girl, say what up? So you had gonna baby, oh damn. The way you move that 10 with caution. I'm gonna feel you, baby, oh damn. And designer, wear designer, put on vagina, yo. The way you dance, wear designer, buy for China, yo. Girl, you got body too much, body oh sempe, carry you fly. Girl, you got body too much, body oh sempe, carry you fly.
It's STG. It's Blaze and the beat, baby.
Hello, I know you are no lose, my girl, but if you give me keys, I go keys tonight. Anything you want, my girl, anything you do, I go do tonight.
Oh baby, tell me what is it you want? I be really love for more. And if you there, I no go on come out. Where you go be like say, and you go be like love passion. I go on make you do me softly, softly. The only you way disturb me. Only you if you do me things like this. You be the only one. You better carry me go places where I never go. But better get so many bad things they never know about you. Because they your body tattoo. Shooby dooby doo do. Oh, I'm far away, don't feel go far away from you. That be the reason I go on to the day beside you. Cause it's sweet, but it's so good. And you know I'm into you. Far away, don't feel go far away from you. That be the reason I go on to the day beside you. Cause it's sweet, but it's so good. And you know I'm into you. I feel die on top your matter. The love strong me like Mufasa. No retreat, no surrender. Only you, where I want it. Oh, this your love. They carry me go far away. I feel they hit in my soul. If not fire, I go burn no delay. You meant to carry me go places where I never go. But better get so many bad things they never know about you. Because they your body tattoo. Shooby dooby doo do. Far away, don't feel go far away from you. That be the reason I go on to the day beside you. Cause it's sweet, but it's so cool. And you know I'm into you. Far away, don't feel go far away from you. That be the reason I go on to the day beside you. Cause it's sweet, but it's so cool. And you know I'm into you.
Lose yourself to the rhythm one time. I'm not looking for your love. I just want a piece of that. Yeah, yeah. Touch your body, make a movie tonight. I don't need your love. I just want your body pulling on me. Touch your body, make a movie tonight. If I deal with you, I just want your body pulling on me. Yeah, I know. See the baby make me feel alright. See the baby make me go all night. Bad things that they feel tonight. Say now you are one, baby, make it go long. Make it tell me what's in the mind. Can I go rap for you, rap for me, baby? Get the girls and they dance to my music.
Tell her I love her, she know I mean it. I know when to help you pick up the pieces. Speechless, always on point like a thesis. Sound like a fiend, but I need it. God, it's midnight, the picture getting clearer. Time going by, now I'm looking in the mirror. The bigger the fear is, the more I really feel it. Each time you time, good for the spirit.
Touch your body, make a movie tonight. I don't need your love, I just want your body pulling on me. Touch your body, make a movie tonight. If I deal with you, I just want your body pulling on me. Ignite it, I'm gonna put it deep, 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 yeah. Don't fight it, I'm gonna put it deep, 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 yeah.
My father said, I know you want the best for me, but let me live the way that is happy. It's a thing of joy, be proud of it, be proud of it. It's true. It's true. It's true. Can I do my do?
This beat ain't normal.
And they call you, you know the answer. I say make I call you some more. Yeah, you leave me no choice, so very soon I go appear for your demand. And you had that tight dress on when I saw you last night at the club. Even though I had my dark shades on, I was looking at you all night long. I'm in the middle of the street. How did I ever let you leave? Oh no, why did I drink this Hennessy? Then I don't know what come over me, and I just want to make me come party. Don't want to lose it to nobody, no. My body no go free, and I don't know what come over you. As you see me, so I know bad do. I swear to God, you can come mad too. You can come mad too. Don't be smarting, cause something I've been watching. I might just drunk or something. I'm rapping, loving, 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 loving like a monkey. A junkie for loving. I must be high or something. But now it doesn't really matter because I'm in the middle of the street. How did I ever let you leave? Oh no, why did I drink this Hennessy? Then I don't know what come over me, and I just want to make me come party. Don't want to lose it to nobody, no. My body no go free, and I don't know what come over you. As you see me, so I know bad. I swear to God, you could go mad. Oh, you could go mad.
I feel if I did not without you. I can't take this kind of no more. I can't take what's lies anymore. What's trying for me, playing with you. Baby, you're done, maybe I'm too. Baby, you're a sufferer, soldier, killer of your own heart. If you treat me kinda kept me closer, but we still apart. Isn't easy with me. Drink it just to loosen myself up from what I kinda shouldn't be. But now I'm in the middle of the street. How did I ever let you leave? I don't know. Why did I drink this Hennessy?
Girl, I don't know what come over me. Girl, I just want to make me come party. Don't want to lose it to nobody, no. My God, you know, go free. And I don't know what come over you. As you see me, so I know about you. I swear to God, you could come mad. Oh, you could.
Oh, na 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 na, yeah. Magic. Hey. I go wait. If not 10 years, he go take. And only you feel like in my fire. Girl, won't you be mine? Where you there? She a fit see you today. In your body, feel cut in my wire. All over you to find. It's your banana like monkey. Body sweeter than turkey. Slowly roll it down like your speed. No, they take on far from me. Shorty go down, down for me. Waiting go so far, now money. Girl, no bother, all on me. You're too short, enter for me. All over, all over, all over, all over, all over again, yeah. Where you are, no be like so divine, so you fit the color my brain, yeah. All over, all over, all over, all over, all over again, yeah. So you go there beside me, yeah. We never see this kind of love, yeah. You make me want to fire, yeah. So you go cause it casala. And girl, you know be a shana. Me I be the one for you, see. Yeah, it's a banana like monkey, body sweeter than turkey. Slowly roll it down like those speed. No, they take on far from me. Jolly go down, down for me. Waiting go so far, now money. Girl, no brother, so on me. You're too short, enter for me. All over, all over, all over, all over, all over again, yeah. Where you are, no be like so divine, so you fit the color my bed, yeah. All over, all over, all over, all over, all over again. So you go there beside me, yeah. The banana, body sweeter than turkey. So you go down, so you come back. So you go down, down for me. Go so far, now money. Girl, no matter. You're too bad,
It is what it is. Oh yeah. Keys. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. I don't know what's over me. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's over me. I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. At time it feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company. So
I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken heart. 3 for addition 4, so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders, so I can never be sober. I can never be so. Oh, yes, I did it. I made $1 million I make for a living. Me my Louis Vuitton post for a biggie. Let the camera light hit my titty, you know. Nobody's better than me. Nobody's better than me. I do it differently. Everybody can see, but I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. At time me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel, cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep on burning, so I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken heart. 3 for addition 4, so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders, so I can never be sober.
You're in the mix. In the mix. With DJ Styles.
You're now locked in with your favorite DJ, DJ Styles. Follow DJ Styles on SoundCloud, Facebook, and Instagram at DJ Styles Music.
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish them won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you so like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap ain't no rush. But it they rush where it be much. Now gotta make my tap be the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, it they rush where it be much. No be hype, everybody be crush. There's no door in the door. I'm a dance. She want dance fun. Like if I want, she come from back. I think too long. She want to test my conqueror. My dear, make I tell you. I know they want to do like say. Cause they go holiday, but I want to stay. She thought I was crazy. Yeah. She said, baby, don't play me. When I hear her, she be screaming my name. She want another day. She told me, oh no, if I come back again. If I come back again, I give her like kick it. She make her go. I'm a little kick it. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. I don't know what's over me. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's over me. I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. At time me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep on burning. So I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken heart. 3 for addition 4, so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders, so I can never be sober. Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you hold that thing, you wanna hold that thing, baby. Let me take a look.
Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I? What if I? What if I? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on the bed. What if I? What if I? Oh Lord, what if I? What if I do? Listen to me quick, so my girlfriend said she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down, not my truth. Girl, I won't be home so strong. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I? What if I? What if I? What if
DJ
I?
Styles,
Baby, she said she know me got a woman on the bed. What if I? What if I? What if I? What if I?
My girl, the last time that I checked, now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I checked, see, nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big bag and a big check. Don't be nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. But nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. But nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. I don't want to pull no trigger. I just want to
Yeah.
I don't want no.
Yeah.
Outside, my brother. You know the hills, my brother.
Yeah. Your Excellency, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please, can we have a seat? Please. Please, can we have a seat? Please. Thank you so much. Please, those of us who are still standing, please take a seat. You can sit down and still have your jollof rice. It's okay. Please take a seat.
Because I live
Now money, girl, no me. You're too short and tough for me. All over again, yeah. Where you say you feel this all of my brain, yeah. All over
What? This hour?
because
me, I just want to grab your waistline to that.
For decades, in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. with its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline. PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible and balance sheets in production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with LECOL's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
In a world where energy powers progress, one company is at the forefront of shaping Nigeria's energy future. Tetraco Energy Group. With presence across various sectors of the energy value chain, Tetraco is committed to delivering clean, cost-effective, and sustainable energy solutions. From natural gas distribution to gas to power, CNG, and LNG. We are building a brighter energy future for Nigeria and beyond. We've developed a 40 million standard cubic feet daily city gate facility in Utesi, Edo State, and a 6.2 million standard state, with an upcoming 10 million standard cubic feet daily LNG facility, also a mobile auto gas refueling unit with a capacity of 50,000 standard cubic meter per day, supplying major players like Dangote Cement, Lafarge, Optimal Energy, and many more. Tetraco is committed to delivering end-to-end energy solutions from gas to power to renewables. Tetraco is strengthening its reach through signing agreements with major discos, including a Takabo IPP gas to power project in Ogun State through a joint venture, reinforces Tetraco's commitment to expanding a reliable power access nationwide. But our vision doesn't stop at Nigerians' borders. We're expanding our footprint into
Ladies
Ghana,
and
Equatorial
gentlemen,
Guinea,
we
and
are
Zambia,
about to start
developing
our next
CNG model
session,
stations
which is a
and LNG
policy
infrastructure
spotlight
to
on
support
financing
energy
the
availability
energy transition,
across Africa.
climate capital, carbon markets, and ESG
Tetraco
credibility.
Energy Group, Africa's most preferred energy.
I'd like to call forward our moderator, please, Miss Kathy Latiwa Alara.
And your body big, loving you. Say I get your feelings by the end of the night. I want to flex my love. I want to flex. I want to carry my love. This she loves. I want to flex. I want to this she loves.
DJ Styles, baby.
Hi, my name is Graham. I'm gonna do
Yep, yep.
Follow DJ Styles on SoundCloud, Facebook, and Instagram at DJ Styles Music.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time session, which is a policy spotlight on financing the energy transition, climate capital, carbon markets, and ESG credibility. Africa's energy transition will not happen without capital at scale. But capital today demands credibility. Investors are increasingly focused on governance, measurement, verification, and environmental integrity. The market is differentiating between projects that genuinely de-risk transition pathways and those that simply repackage exposure. This panel examines how blended finance, carbon markets, and ESG frameworks can be structured to unlock climate capital without compromising standards, energy access, or industrial growth. We'll explore how African projects can position themselves as globally investable while remaining locally impactful. Please welcome our moderator, Cathay Alara Latiwa, and our speaker, the Director General of the National Council on Climate Change. Round of applause, please. Thank you as they come up. Yes. Cathay Alara Latiwa is a change maker and sustainability strategist with a background in international public law and over 15 years of experience in governance, development program management, and strategic partnerships with international organizations, including the UN, agencies, and the European Union. She is co-founder and CEO of Build Her a Future Circular Academy and Consulting. And she is also supporting African women and youth-led circular and green entrepreneurs, and advises public and private sector actors on climate finance, ESG credibility, carbon markets, and inclusive energy transition through bankable, locally grounded solutions. I'll be handing over to our wonderful and able moderator, Kathy, who will be introducing the Director General. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, government official, honorable minister, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to this fire chat on financing the energy transition. This is an honor to have an amazing, outstanding women in climate who take her time to join us today. We are going to talk about capital, carbon markets, and ESG credibility in Africa. Today, we will explore how climate capital accelerates African clean energy transition, and also importance of the credibility, innovation, and inclusion in making this transformation sustainable. I'm delighted to introduce our distinguished guest, an outstanding leader in climate finance and environmental law, a strong advocate for women's inclusion and entrepreneurship, and the Director General of the Nigerian Climate Change Council, Mrs. Tenyoye Majekodumi. Excuse my pronunciation. Director, welcome to the stage. She brings deep insight and practical experience in advancing sustainable investment and climate action across the continent. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, Kathy. Thank you so much for having me on here.
So, as you may know, Africa needs trillions for its energy transition, yet capital only flow where credibility is bankable. From your perspective, leading Nigerian Climate Authority at the National Council on Climate Change, what makes an African carbon on transition project generally investable today, and what immediately raise red flag for global investor? We know, General, that you just come and sit, and we are very happy to have you in Nigeria. I'm today thinking that I'm a Nigerian as I've been living 5 years in Nigeria. So being in Nigeria today and being a woman, I'm happy to have you as a leader.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and good evening, especially on this topical conversation today. When I read the brief that was sent ahead, I thought this is brilliant because there aren't enough of these types of conversations that are going on globally, especially from an African perspective. And if we now look inwards and see, the one thing that I always try to say is policy stability always beats policy ambition. And for stability to come through, you need to have structure. If there is no structure, you're wasting your time. And from us, in terms of just being a fossil dependent nation, there's a lot of conversation about the energy transition. What exactly is it? But for me, so far as there's a plan in place, things would always work out. And so if Africa doesn't need any more, it actually needs investable certainty. Because capital doesn't flow through potential, it only flows through trust, as you've just quite rightly said. And as such, trust comes when there's structure. And being a lawyer, it's very important, structure. And I'm so glad that since I started office on the 1st of August, we've done incredible things to make sure all our climate architecture and our structure has been in place. We first of all started with the NDC 3.0, which we had a deadline of September 22. And you won't believe it, September 21, we submitted our NDC 3.0. We're the first West African country to actually submit. Thank you so much for that, Miss. The second thing was then, how do we then structure our pipelines, and even just our in-house policy documents to make, as you said, investors trust us. And the second thing was then our policies. We have a Climate Change Act of 2021, which gave birth to my office, which is a National Council on Climate Change. And it sits in the presidency. Our president is our chairman of our council, and the vice president is the vice chair of our council. But under this council, we are supposed to be the highest head level for climate in Nigeria. And to be able to do that, you need to have certain policies in place. We do have the Climate Change Act of 2021, which governs us. But we didn't have a framework to finalize a lot of things, especially regarding how do you generate revenue, which could come from carbon markets. And so the first thing we then started after we submitted our NDC 3.0 was in October, it was the challenge to start putting in place our framework. And 31st of October again, just before we were leaving for COP, because COP was we started the journey to COP from the 2nd of November. And this year, one of the main things I wanted was to go to COP with our policy framework intact. And lo and behold, after a lot of back and forth, we made it. On the 31st, we were able to launch it, and the vice president approved it. Mr. President approved us. So that's how the carbon market framework was launched.
That was my next question about the COP this year. What was the outcome? But I think you came about it quickly.
Way.
Yes, a nice way. So apart that framework, what did you bring back from COP? We know that there were in Addis also the African Climate Summits, and then you went to COP. What did you bring back to Nigeria?
We brought back quite a lot of things. Granted, it was, it was meant to be an implementation COP, and I think they actually achieved that, because the whole idea this is our 30th COP. So, and I've been going to COP since COP 12, and the journey has been long. But I'm glad that we've moved from talking to implementation. And that was the main challenges, one of the main things this COP wanted to achieve. And I'm glad that we're able to. For instance, the loss and damage was operationalized in COP29. Now in COP30, we've already started this. I know the disbursement will probably start next year, but in terms of operationalizing it, we've already started the process. In terms of adaptation and our GGA, all that was also finalized at COP30. A lot of things on finance and NCQGs was also finalized. So we are moving in the right direction, and I'm glad that the implementation of all these things that we've been talking about for a few years are now coming to fruition. Because really, as we all know, the world is changing globally. We can't afford to keep talking. Now it's really time to get busy and get into
I
things.
love that, because we are here. The term is spirit of dialogue, and
Absolutely.
I like the spirit of action,
Yes.
implementation. So we are not here only to talk about what we want to do, how we want to improve the situation in Africa on this subject, but what are we taking back as collaboration and partnership. So that's amazing, especially I wanted to understand your perspective on, as you said, on going from being activist or talking about all the and now that you're in governance, is there any difference, or what are you making as change from one point to another?
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, policy is key. If you don't have the policy, you're not going to drive any investment. So once your policy is in place, it's not implementation. And that's one of the reasons why we deliberately didn't call this carbon market policy. We called it a framework, because we've seen from experience, once it's a policy, it just stays on the shelf. We needed to so we came up with a manual of procedures as well as the framework. So you know how to execute. So we are working hard to fully digitalize, and we're leveraging technology in terms of the implementation, so that there's clear strategy, there's transparency, and people know how to go about accessing carbon markets. And we were able to do the second launch with the president in Abu Dhabi in January, just a few days ago. And that gave us the final approvals. And so to go ahead and now leverage tech to make things a lot more streamlined, so that the average project developer, the average man on the streets, in fact, that want to do voluntary carbon markets as well as compliance carbon markets, they can go in and do it themselves, all with the touch of a button.
I love that you've been there since August last year, and you've done so much since only few months. And I hope we can see that we are going far from where we are. So my next question is: Nigeria as African place in the global capital markets. We know that today we are talking about finance. Investors today are choosing between jurisdiction and not just products. So how should Nigeria and Africa, of course, we know that today we have the first Nigerian house, and we are hoping we know that there is Africa, South African house, but Nigeria is representing West and Central Africa. We have Makutano, the Central Business Network here, representing Central Africa as well. But how do you think Nigeria and Africa can be more friendly, but also can position itself in this sector in the work we are doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of things. Biggest barriers, as we say, is usually structural and not really financial. It's always the complex application processes, high transaction costs, slow approval times. And, once we're a bit deliberate, I think we need to be a lot more intentional in how we are going to create the systems to drive all this traffic out of Nigeria in particular, and also for the other African countries. Another thing is also, as the buzzword we all know is multilateralism. So we all just try and find ways to work closer together and remove as many middlemen that would reduce the bureaucracy and the red tape so that we can actually drive this action and this change we're trying to achieve in a shorter time. So the world is becoming a lot more, how do we call it now? We all know the buzzwords that have been going around. So we need to find it's more intentionality, I would say, and being more transparent to be able to allow for this growth to occur in a faster way. So my key in terms of the smaller women-owned businesses, and because there's a challenge. I beat you to that, right? You're
Yes,
going
yes.
into that.
Yes.
So maybe I wait for you to ask it.
Yes, I think maybe we should change. Yes, please. We know that you are passionate about entrepreneurship, women inclusion, especially in energy and climate space. So please tell us what you've been doing on that sector.
Thanks so much for that. As a woman myself, I know the challenges. And I've been in the space on climate for about 19 years now. I did my master's in 2006 on carbon markets in particular. And then I started several other businesses so I'm a serial entrepreneur on the side. And I know the challenges women face to access finance, access grants, access anything. You have to literally be more than intentional. You have to be a superwoman, in fact, to still do that and balance all the other jobs a woman has to wear in several hats. I have 3 children, so I know what it's like. But going back to that, what I have seen since inception was to be more open-minded and also find ways to plug opportunities. In September, we signed a tripartite MOU with the Ministry of Solid Minerals and a think tank, a German think tank called GGG. And the aim was to be able to get more funding for entrepreneurs in general, women as well. I was pushing for the women aspect, whereby grants, I'm going to break it down because I don't want to use too much finance terminology, but it's just basically using first loss capital from grants. So basically using grants that would have otherwise been given out as, I use it to guarantee loans so that financial houses will be more keen to give out loans to these women and use that grant as a first loss capital in case the risk to de-risk all these projects in clean energy. And because Solid Minerals Ministry have lithium in there and there's a correlation with solar businesses and using lithium, there's a clean tech aspect in there. And so we signed this tripartite MOU in September. We've already started work to be able to help women-owned businesses access these types of opportunities and funds. The other aspect is World Bank. I know the WEFI, they have also kind of done quite a lot of work. We've been working with them as well to try and reduce these bottlenecks, create a stronger pipeline so that women can access these funds. That's because the funds are just sitting there. So women as well have their own work to do. They can't just think it's going to come to you. We have to be a bit more, I don't want to use the word aggressive, but maybe a bit more deliberate in approaching the right funds and coming with our proper documentation, because that's another thing. If you don't have your books in order, I'm sorry, you're just going to be waiting. At the same time, the investors as well, it would be nice for them to reduce some of these stringent rules they give these women because it's impossible. Come with 10 years of statements and all these things. We have to find a middle ground. These are the things that I am hoping to push for. I've tried, I've started it in my own little way. And conversations like this always helps to drive the conversation some more and make people thinking about it in that regard.
Okay,
Thank you.
thinking about women inclusion in the space. We have many partners from other countries, not only Nigerian who came to support your fire chat, our conversation. We have many investors, partners who love Nigeria, who would like to come to Nigeria to collaborate maybe with your council. What can you tell to what is the message you are sending to them today?
Nigeria is ready for climate business. That's what we've been preaching since we had the framework approved last month. We're ready for climate business, and we're looking at as many investors to come in. Our policy is in place, our climate architecture is ready, so we are ready.
So she said, ready, she's waiting for you. I hope we will run all towards her after the conversation. Our last two questions. So if you were advising the CEOs and investors, what would you say to them about the mindset to come to Nigeria to shift this discussion today about financing the energy transition?
Well, I always say climate capital doesn't flow at scale to good intentions. So it flows to bankable, scalable, and risk managed opportunities. I also say we need to stop treating climate as CSR cost and start treating it as a core growth market. So that's one of the main things I'm hoping to really push and trying to make other project developers to start seeing it that way. Because if it starts from there, then it will catch on to everyone else.
So we are here in Davos, and you are here since yesterday. Since yesterday, you are here. I think you have one more day to go. So, what were your objectives coming here in Davos?
Well, it was pretty much to one, just like I've been talking about, show that Nigeria is ready for business. We're trying to improve our relations with investors and let the community and global know what we've been doing, and also to let them know our architecture is ready. So yes, we're ready to drive a lot more investments into Nigeria. That's one of our main things.
So Nigeria is ready?
We are ready.
I saw that Nigeria is free now for the bank to come and invest. So what's your last word to the people who are here today? Last sentence, then the last word.
So a lot has been said. I don't want to keep repeating, but one of the last words I would try to say is Africa doesn't need more climate pledges. Africa needs more climate deals. And so bankable projects, that is the next. Done the framework, done the policy, we now need to start seeing more deals coming out of Africa. And we can do it. We will do it. We have no choice. This is the time. Africa's time is now. And so capital flows through certainty and not sympathy. So we need to get our books, our whole line, our house in order to be able to access and to show that we are certain. Because without this certainty, we're just, we're wasting our time. And nobody has time for that. So Africa is ready. So let's do this.
And your last word?
Let's do this.
Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us today. And Director General, we hope to see you soon in Africa, in Central Africa. DRC is waiting for you. Nigeria and DRC are the next country for Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you. So how is it? I hope so. Yes.
Wow, the message is very clear. Capital will follow credibility. Africa's energy transition depends on strong governance, trusted standards, and investable projects that deliver real impact. Thank you to Cafe Latiwa Alara and the Director General of the National Council on Climate Change for guiding this discussion. And thank you all for being here at Nigeria House. We really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the food, the conversations, the discussions, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
For decades, Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environment. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure to in the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood. Every day. In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation every day. In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage and theft. Oil theft. Bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita. In the shadows of our, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are relentless on land, unstoppable on water. Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria.
defending the nation's lifeblood every day. In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, for years, a war not of guns and bombs, sabotage, greed and theft, oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day. In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed and theft, oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Service. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day. In the shadows of our creeks, of our rivers, across vast lands and restless, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed and theft. A crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Nation's lifeblood every day. In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, greed and theft, oil theft, bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water. We fight for Nigeria. Tantita Security Services, Nigeria Limited. Defending the nation's lifeblood every day. Of our creeks, beneath
your body is a necessity. Anything that you want, I'm getting. Wake up, fire girl. Oh, supposed to give me, but party non-stop. One more tonjo, and one more tonjo. Spend money non-stop. Fine lady, you're necessary. Fine lady, your body is unnecessary. Sorry, fine lady, your body is unnecessary. Fine lady, your body is unnecessary. Sorry, take it slow. You got to take it easy on the boy. Mama, me gonna call you me. Sinika is a bitch. African beauty is your body is unnecessary. Fine lady, your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary. Yeah, it's hot in the market. Give it to them. Hey, give it to them. Come on. Joanna, your busy body busy tonight. Mad. Joanna, making all the dummy tonight. Joanna, your busy body giving me life, oh, hey life, hey. Why you do me like Joanna? Joanna. Why you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna. Joanna. Ay. Hey, how you gonna play me like Drogba? How you gonna do me like Drogba? Oh, DJ Drogba. Hey, DJ Drogba. Joanna, your busy body busy tonight. Mad. Joanna, making all the dummy tonight. Joanna, your busy body giving me life, oh, hey life, hey. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna. 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 Why you do me just like that? I go give you all my loving. Love me too, I love you back. Joanna. You be the man, them sugar. Oh, hey. Give me your goodie bag, I want your goodie bag, baby. Mad. Give me your goodie bag, I want your goodie bag, baby. Big package, hey. How do I manage? Hey, you gon' make me turn savage. Hey, body cause damage. Hey, Joanna. Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna. Joanna. Ay. Hey, how you gonna play me like Drogba? How you gonna do me like Drogba? Oh, DJ Drogba. Hey, DJ Drogba. Give it to them. It's hot. Give it to them. Hey, give it to them. Give it to them. Hey, give it to them. Hey, give it to them. Hey, give it to them. Ba-da-dum, bam, 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 bam. It's yeah. Kiki. Alaji, thank you, no. You gonna my one side. Me no feel look and pass. She give me contact. Oh baby, Jack, come on. Oh baby, Jack, give me this your love. I go show you love as long as you know it nature. Your body must go kill him, and I know mine to be one of them. Columbia, your body name, I want to make my mind a rest. You better make a day with you, cause it's solo show than they cost. Baby, turn around, make a come on top. Feel like I take it by now. Feel like a boss like Kana. Shut up, Maya. Put all the love for trousers. You know I got this one ticket to you got to go. Give me good jeans and one t-shirt. Make a big card. But to get us, you they take shine. My belly talks in on your star sign. You know me, they wanna go wine. I believe say my water go down wine. Pull up, what I do. Whatever you say, my Mona Lisa. When I pull up, I'm a boo. Whenever I'm down, baby, you're my ginger. Be like the not deja vu. I'm on in the eye, me like go guy now. Me, I don't chop belly food. My happiness. Feel like I take it by now. Feel like a boss like Kana. Show to me love, Maya. Put all the love for trousers. She drip down Louis Vuitton, yo. Like say she heard it, so. Her body calling, yo. To physically see the thing go. She on a mission just to hold me down. In silence. And when I see her, I take one more time. What is that on my touch? Baby, kill us, baby, rewind that I like it. When I see you, my eyes are color. I dey for your tomato. You go shop, I like it, make me go. Feel like I take it by now. Feel like a boss like Kana. Show to me love, Maya. Put all the love for trousers. Ready there, yeah. Yeah. Mercy. Early in the morning. Can you come closer, baby? You're the only one I need. Can you come closer, baby? You're the only one I need. You are me every day. You are me every day. Baby, you are my positive. Can you play it slow for me? Baby, you are my positive. Can you play those strings for me? You give me energy. Oh, baby, you give me energy. When I'm close to you.
Nature rich, but you treat it like joke. Expensive love, now your heart get broke. Me did right on me lawyer from start, you move. Me cook, me keep me never play cheap. Still you take me for fool, now you can't sleep. Me did pure, but your love come rough. Me walk away. That's expensive. Love me hold you down when you had nothing. Now you get little fame, you start stunting. Me not deaf for the lies and drama. Me a queen, not side girl karma. You used to call, now you're too busy. Me text your blue tick, not easy. Me see girl in your snap, you're greasy. But karma I come fast and breezy.
Marry me, my love. I don't want nobody else above. You're the queen I've been dreaming of. Forever I give you my heart and trust. Baby, say you stay. Let me love you every day. Put this ring on your finger, oh. Marry me, my love. From the moment that I saw you, girl, you changed my whole wide world. Your smile, your voice, your grace. Every second I crave your face. I go fight for you like soldier. Cross the ocean, climb the border. My heart beats, no they lie. It's only you till the day I die. Girl, you wasting my time. Say you love me, but you lie. Every day is one more sign that you don't really wanna ride. I've been patient, I've been kind. Now I'm drawing a line. If it's not love, don't play with my mind. Girl, you wasting my time. I gave you heart, I gave you soul, but you keep playing that role. 1 foot in, 1 foot out, like you don't even know you're out. Every night I think about if you truly love me or it's just clout. You say, baby, wait, but I waited too long. Now I gotta put this in a song.
Our parents, they gave us everything, even when they had nothing. They stood tall through the storm and the rain, so we can fly like bird with no chain. Your prayers, they guide us every night. Your love like the morning light. We gon' make you proud with promise. This one is for you, our parents. Mama wake up early, go to market. Papa work so hard with no jacket. Even when the days were dark, they still shine for us, give us spark. I remember no food, still smiling. I remember your words so guiding. You said, my child, don't give up. Now I'm standing, I rise up.
She go promise you the world that she back out. Say she love you, die but cash. She go smile in your face that she tap. I give her my heart, she break her in two. Now I'm who's mother, no be fool. If love not game, then I change that road, no. Never trust a woman as my truth. I met her on a Sunday night, she shine like Lagos light. She talk like angel from above, but deep down she know no love. I buy designer, she collect. She say, baby, you too correct. But while I dey plan our wedding, she dey chill with my best friend texting. Hey. Happiness day my body, you know bad vibe can hold me down. I go dance like saying a party. Your life too short to wear a frown. Every day I dey shine like sun. Laugh away all the pain, all the sing, so I choose to smile. Happiness now my life stretch, I thank the Lord. No worry, I dey shine abroad. My mama pray, my papa smile, say go and win, make us proud my child. Bills they come, but I know they fear. Music loud, I dey vibe for here. Friends around, love in the air. We dey live, we dey love, no care. Dance with me, eh. Wind up your waist, set the fire free. Girl, broke it down steady. Girl, dance for me. Body talk loud, no need to speak. When you're deep low and take a peek. Girl, let the vibe be unique. Shape type, no designer. No one ride it, girl, me not oil. One when you wine pan top, my blood. The bounce it, balance it. Girl, fling it back and shine. Me love how you handle it. On the beat, you damage it. Girl, bring your body, come yum, yeah. Can't get enough, me want more. Rhythm, you mash up the floor. Girl, bust a wine like never before. Girl, dance with me. Wind up your waist, the fire free. Girl, move it sweet like a melody. Take time on it, break it down steady. Girl, dance with me, dance. Your body talk loud, no need to speak. When you dip low and take it big, your body vibe, you're unique. Girl, you're deep on point like arrow. Wine and bend low, but keep it the shadow. Me say me want you tonight, no borrow. Me heart to know. And your confidence on every beat. Wine, girl, slow then quick. Takes time, girl, make me heart skip. Me no need nothing more than this. You are the queen when me can't resist. Girl, dance for me, oh. Wind up your waist, set the fire free. Girl, move it sweet like a melody. Take time on it, broke it down steady. Girl, dance for me, yeah. Your body talk loud, no need to speak. When you're deep low and take a peek, you're divided, unique, yeah. Yeah, dance for me, girl, dance for me. On the beat, you advance for me. Oh, na na. Yeah, yeah.
Bye bye bye. Ah yeah 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 yeah. Bye 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 bye. Hey, me have to give the most I praise. For the air I breathe, for the rivers and trees. Hey, hey. Me have to give the most I praise. For the air I breathe, oh, for the rivers and trees. And that's how me sing hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Last night some boy tried kill me off. Shoot up the car, only got me to drive off. Every time God see me jump and pass. Girl look like Swiss cheese holes all over. But if I shit my music for stuff to the play, you go for years with my papa don't die, cause my mama don't cry die. And that's why you have to give the most I praise. With the air I breathe, for the rivers and for the air I breathe. Oh, and I saw me sing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. It's been long, it's true, since I had a talk with you. So I had to take this time to be alone with you. Because all my blessings come from you. Hey. All my life I done be followed you. And I'm caught up in the mind and the faith. Still bless me anyway. Me I forgive the most I praise. For the air I breathe, the rivers and trees. Oh yeah. Me I forgive the most I praise. For the air I breathe, oh, for the rivers and trees. And that's what me sing hallelujah. Hallelujah. I've been on the roads. I don't even know when you be saying to me, we the most. You say don't be so. Someone know when you still they bless me, and like I don't know you. Can you say forgive me, Father, when I beg like I don't know you. Acting like I don't know you. God to be man, oh. If God be man, oh, I for don't die, I for don't pay me, oh. Thank God. If God be man, oh, I for don't die, oh. I for don't pay me, oh. So me sing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hallelujah, thank God for unity. Thank God for one way. Thank God for Rem. Thank God for Gambo. I know say my yourself. Thank God for my wife. Thank God for my wife. Thank God for everything. Thank God for everything. Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Why you gonna do me strong thing? Why you gonna do me strong thing? Why you put me on a long thing? Yeah, you put me on a long thing. Why you gonna do me strong thing? Baby, what's a lot of long thing? Why you gonna do me strong thing? Why you gonna do me strong thing?
Told me you needed a rider, a provider. Baby, why you gotta change your standard? I go be your rider. Times get hard, I'll stay with you to the wire. Oh, no, girl, your situation. Oh, no, you didn't make a bad man thank grace for you. Oh, girl, your situation. No, no, no. Got me stressing for you. I know we ain't official, baby, but I really miss you, baby. I ain't tryna cause no issue, baby. You know the vibe, you know the vibes when I'm with you, baby. Baby, I gave you all my love and all my time, huh? All my time, no, baby. Baby, you they pay me. You they act like my feelings don't count, oh no. Baby, I they form like say I they bad. When I call you, they give me run around, oh. Girl, I'm tired of running. Told me you needed a rider, a provider. Baby, why you gotta change your standard, oh. Yeah. Girl, I gon' be your rider. Times get hard, stay with you to the wire, oh. No, girl, your situation. Oh, no, you didn't make a bad man thank grace for you. Oh, girl, your situation. No. Got me stressing for you.
Yeah. Why so much she get? Why so much go? Why so much she get? My girl, my Costco, babe. Oh, why so much she get? Why you the Costco, babe? Why so much she get? Why you the? No be lie, baby, no be lie. Say if I meet you in another life, say I go tell you twice. So say now only you day. No be lie, baby, no be lie. Yo. Say if we jam in another life, say I go hold you tight. Oh. Say my love no be China, babe. Keep a designer, baby. This kind of love enough you find a baby. Keep it my baby, cause our loving no be China, baby. Oh yeah.
Got your situation, yeah. Oh no, you didn't make a bad man thank grace for you. Oh, got your situation, no. Got me stressing for you.
Why you gonna do me something? Why you gonna do me something, boy? Why you put me on a long thing, oh? On a long thing,